Oh, I didn't realize.
All right, well, welcome to our viewers for the Canby City Council 2024 retreat. We've got our leadership team here with the City Council. We had a morning of some training around the core strengths tool, and now it's time to get into talking about the council's goals. So where we're going to be starting today is with our environmental scan. We're going to talk about some of the strengths, problems, opportunities, threats. We're going to talk about some accomplishments and map those out and really build a shared understanding of where we currently are before we talk about how the council wants to refine their goals going forward. So we're going to give this start 10 minutes, or let's give it 15 minutes, and then we'll do our lunch break. We're a little bit behind schedule, but we will catch back up. So to get us started and just really set a positive tone for the rest of our afternoon, we're going to start with talking about accomplishments. And you guys should have some large Post-it notes around the table. So I hope you'll take one of those and highlight an accomplishment. In your highlighting of an accomplishment from the last year, I also want you to give some recognition to either the team or the individual that helped contribute to its success. So you can either highlight the team or the individual that contributed to the success, or you can call out a success factor. Was there something that went really well in this project that made it successful? So not just an accomplishment, but why was it an accomplishment? Does that make sense? All right. And the reason we talk, so go ahead and get thinking about that. Jot your ideas down on your Post-its. Again, I would encourage you to use a marker. There's lots of them around the table so that we can read your writing, and we're going to put it up here on the board. The reason we talk about accomplishments is, first of all, to give some recognition and celebration of something, but also to think about the momentum that we can build on in the coming year. Some of those accomplishments might also highlight some strengths that we want to chart out over here. So take a minute, jot that down, and then let's hear about them.
Do you want to just collect these as we rattle them off, or?
Yeah, I will. Are you ready? Do you want to get us started?
Oh, I've got more to go.
You only get one.
I only get one?
Yeah, you only get one. You get one.
Man.
How many do you have?
I just have one.
Okay, good. Yeah, just one. Just one. If there's others, you guys can highlight them during your lunch break, okay? I know there's lots of things. You could probably be here all day.
Where did you want to go?
All right, since you guys are ready, why don't we just start right here and we'll work our way around. And if somebody's not ready, we'll come back to you.
Mine was the Canby PD Grill and Chill event. Was it year 2, year 3?
Year 2, so
Yeah.
this year will be 3, yeah.
And
Why
just-
was it successful, or what was?
Just the community engagement and having all of our police officers out there.
Okay. All right, police involvement. Okay, great. Eileen, what did you have?
I put a successful organizational transition, so. I would
Yeah,
like to
and
hear.
why was it successful? What contributed to its success?
I think it was very smooth and organic how it happened, so.
Yes. Agree with that.
Good.
So, I mean, I'm not trying to call attention to myself in that it was successful because the council hired me.
But I mean, it's not a bad thing, no.
But it was a smooth transition in my opinion.
Yeah, and
Hopefully the council feels that way as well.
yeah, and for successful change, I mean, usually what the most important thing in change is like clear communication. And so it sounds like if it was successful, that there was a lot of that. And so maybe keeping that up as you guys move forward.
Along those lines, filling key leadership and director roles.
Okay.
So, along that line of lead transition, and then.
Yeah, that's a huge deal, especially right now. It's not particularly easy to be hiring in local government, so to be able to have, that's one of the major challenges, problems we hear when we do this work, especially this year. Over and over, we've just heard how hard recruitment and retention is, so big deal. Okay, Jason?
I put staff stability and it relates directly to directors and Eileen.
Okay,
That's been a huge challenge and I think that's been a big accomplishment getting to this point.
yeah. Good. People like stability, to know where they stand.
I'm not
You ready? Okay, Scott?
The recorder is recording.
Scott has the park master plan update. You
Oh my
guys-
I had to change mine because I had that on there too.
All right.
Two.
I was on the board, you can't use that.
Well,
I have two things.
let's hear from Scott first. What contributed to a successful update?
Well, that we got it done, we needed it, and the community is clamoring for more parks,
Okay,
yeah.
so, and then Tracy, let's go
So I
ahead and
had
hear
Parks
yours.
Master Plan was done and I accredited the Park and Rec Committee and planning for getting that accomplished. Because yes, he's right, the citizens have been asking about parks for a long time and
Good.
so we finally did it. And then my second one was, the other thing I've heard since day one coming onto the council is county roads coming into our control and under our jurisdiction. So that is starting to happen now with the work of Jerry and the Public Works team, so.
All right, yay team. Good work. Okay, let's come back over to the side. Jerry, what'd you have?
South Ivy Street pedestrian improvements is out to bid right now. And that goes back to, I think, Mark Adcock,
Oh geez, yeah.
Well, no, that was Randy and I.
even before, so it's gone through city councilors, city administrators, public works directors, planning directors, everyone in this room, and now it's started.
It's happening.
It's huge. I mean, that's a 15, going on, I don't know how many years, so I'm super.
Too many years.
I'm super excited it's going, just driving that every day, making
Where did
sure.
we get that STIP money? Wasn't that, I wanna say
When Matilda did that video.
2011?
Yeah, 2011, we got the fund, and
Hopefully
then
we live long enough to see it finished.
we
Right?
No pressure, Jerry.
going, just getting the right of way. The group that took to do that, to get the right of way to build the road, it's just an awesome project. I'm really excited about it.
Good, yay, all right, that feels good. Don, what do you got?
I've got adoption of the economic opportunity analysis. I'd like to acknowledge city council support and also Jamie Stickle for her efforts in that.
Say that last part again, I didn't.
Okay, Red.
That was immediate acknowledgement.
Back over here.
But no, it's foundational to our urban growth boundary. In spite of what happens on the residential side, it will be a critical element to our boundary expansion. I really appreciate council support in that process. That was very helpful. And I felt it all the way through the process. So thank you.
Good, all right. You want us to
Okay.
come back?
No, I'm ready.
You're ready? Go for it.
Okay, so I have like 3 different departments I wanna kind of.
Okay.
That's why she wasn't done.
That's why I wasn't done. City Recorder's Office, a small thing, but it's ongoing, but successfully moving a lot of our records, the hard records, to our electronic system, ORMS. I also look at the property and liability, the risk management side, and so most recently, we've performed our appraisal that happens every 5 years, and that was successful, and the rates have only increased a little bit, so, and, you know, we're comparable for where we are at now. And then also, it's in your packet, but there's a lot more, I'm hoping, if you haven't read it yet, but I want to give credit to my staff person, Jessica, in municipal court. She really came out with a lot of great accomplishments, and I also provided some future ideas as well. But one thing, there's been a huge increase in traffic citations, and then just being flexible with customers that are unable to pay. So it's an ongoing process, but they're really looking at ways that they can help.
To work with people.
Yeah.
That's awesome. All right. Thanks, Maya. Okay, let's see, let's make our way around. Tracy already did hers because it was interrelated. Todd, what'd you have?
Mine's department specific.
Okay.
We started the Canby Loop on Saturdays this year.
Okay, what's that?
That is our bus service that goes around the city.
Oh, nice.
It was just a Monday through Friday, now it's on Saturdays, and I wanted to highlight Heidi Muller. Everybody in staff knows Heidi. I think she does every job in the city practically at this point, but she has put so much work into that loop. You can credit her with the fact that the loop exists and how well it runs.
Cool. All right, go Heidi. Jamie, what'd you have?
I did Arts in the Parks, which is something that I got to work on with the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, Public Works, Parks. The community at large, it was community driven, engaged, and then like local business and economic development, so.
2
a
years
good-
running now, right?
Just one.
I thought they did it last year too.
We just did it last year, just in the last year.
Last year just seemed like a long year.
Yeah.
It's just, okay, well, I could have sworn I went
Feels like we're longer
twice,
into this
but
one
okay.
already.
You're just so excited about it. Sorry, that.
Not that, the Arts in the Park where we would hide the artwork and then people were
Oh,
out
I was
like the
thinking about the
sketch.
thing
Yeah,
at Wake
no,
Park,
yes.
okay, a different event, with
Yes,
art,
yeah.
okay.
All right, but all good. All right,
good,
thanks,
yes.
Jamie. Daniel, what'd you have?
Oh, I just put the same thing other people have mentioned, the leadership transition.
Oh, okay.
As somebody kind of was outsider, came in sort of on the inside now. That was, I think, from people I talked to, the biggest issue that was happening at the time, the fact that the city management in the past was not quite as responsive and stuff, and that now we have a new city manager without, yeah.
And it's good.
The transition, at least from my perspective, was extremely beneficial, and that change was good.
Good. Marissa?
Okay, I said receiving funding for our new upcoming Maker Lab, which is a space in the very back of the library that we're trying to transform into this Maker Lab where Canby youth can learn about STEAM, science, technology, engineering, art, and math. And I'm pointing that out right now because we were already given $5,000 to start it by our Friends of the Library group, and then we were just promised $50,000 over a period of 3 years. From the Canby Kiwanis group, and then we're also in the process of getting other people to donate for that space as well.
Very cool.
I'm applying to a bunch of grants and all of that, and then I was just gonna say what contributed to that is really the communication of that need by me and our children's librarian Philip. We've been giving a lot of presentations to groups in the city. And then also just having him, he's still fairly new on our team, and his knowledge of how to create that space, because he's had experience with it in the past.
Yeah.
So we're
very
just
cool.
trying to do a lot right now, and it's going very
Awesome.
well.
And people forget sometimes they think it's just like a fun library program, but it is about exposing young people to different skill sets and getting them interested in those things, because ultimately that helps in workforce development. It's like you gotta plant those seeds early. And so really, there's a lot of tie-in. So it's
Yeah.
really
And
cool that
we've
you
been-
guys are able to secure all that outside funding to make it happen.
We've been connecting all of that stuff to our resources too, so the children and the youth can continue that learning with the resources that we provide afterwards.
Amazing. Love it. All right, Jim, what do you got?
I got two quick ones.
Okay.
First one is
We only allowed one, Jim.
the current city council. I think we have a very cohesive, understandable, diverse, and we can work together. And
Yes.
so I'm real pleased with my fellow councilors. I think
Good.
we've got a great group.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And then kudos to the comp plan.
Okay.
The comp plan update, and I apologize for my writing, but I had 2 surgeries on my hands.
You're doing just great. I can read it. I have seen worse with no excuses of surgery or anything.
Anyway, I think there's, I appreciate what Don does in the planning department and taking on the comp plan update and the process
Yeah.
that they're using, but their staff is just incredible to work with.
Good. Yeah, that's a huge undertaking. Nice. Scott, what do you got?
Well, since I've been here for 6 to 7 weeks, it's hard to.
So you know.
It's hard to name just
look at-
one.
So
look back
your
in time.
accomplishment is you got here.
Right? But what I did say was, just from all of the digging in I've been doing, I think Eric deserved at least a kudos for bringing up some of the fiscal issues that may not have been known to some of the council and the admin currently, and probably the ability to be able to start making changes based on those
Yeah.
discoveries.
Nice. I forgot that you were so
Green?
green. Yes.
He's a greenhorn.
But a hub. Good, good. Yeah, it's nice to shout that out because those things are certainly important. All right, Herman, what do we got?
I'm gonna say Eileen specifically.
Eileen, you made the list.
Since she's been on our team and helping us out, I can tell you
I don't have enough fingers and toes to count how many people have come up to me and stated how easy she is to work with, how open she is with her communication, how much communication has actually happened since she's come within staff. Kudos, big time.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, I was excited when Eileen called to say she was here and asking us to come support this work again. So I've known Eileen since I first came to Oregon when I was working directly in local government. Always welcoming, always a great resource for anybody who's interested in city management. You guys are lucky to have her. All right, George.
Addition of our behavioral health clinician to the city.
Yes.
I can't thank council enough really for the support to get this position, because this is a little bit thinking outside the box. But he has been a game changer for us. Great resource for the city, great resource for our officers. One of our sergeants just the other day told me, she goes, I don't know what we would do without him. So it has been great all around.
That's awesome.
And he's in the library on Thursdays to connect people to resources.
Program too.
That's so cool. All right. Round of applause. Did we miss anything major? I know I limited you guys by saying you can only have one. Did we miss anything really big?
I would say safe city, the fact that police and fire work so well together
Okay.
to make Canby a safe city.
Yeah, we've been consistently in the top 10 safest cities in Oregon, and it's not just the police department, it's those partnerships, like I said, fire department, council support, community support, working together. Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's something to
Can't
be
say
proud
that
of.
everywhere in the Oregon, or in the Portland metro these days, so. Yeah, certainly something to be celebrated. All right, well, let's take this positive energy, and take it into a lunch break, as long as you promise not to come back too tired, don't eat too much, all right? Because we have some hard work to do this afternoon, I promise you, we're gonna come back, we're gonna pick up with our conversation around remote work and the IT stuff, and knock that out first, and we'll use the structure that I mentioned to get through that. But let's take a half-hour lunch break, so it's about 12:15 now, almost, so let's just take till 12:45, and then let's reconvene, okay? Okay. Oh, and lunch, Maya?
Just actually had to switch gears.
Okay, back from the council retreat lunch break, we're gonna jump into our context setting exercise, talking about strengths, opportunities, problems, and threats. There were a couple things that came up that we kind of put in the parking lot for a moment, as far as some challenges around IT contracts and remote work policies. And so it came up during our conversation around roles, and we decided to table it and give the structure for, let's go ahead and start with the remote work policy. I know Eileen has a little bit of information because there was an organizational survey completed, and so she's gonna give a little bit of an update on that, some preliminary results, and let staff provide any other additional context, and then we'll hear from the council. And each counselor, we'll keep it super structured to make sure that we move through this in a timely manner. You guys will each get 2 minutes. You don't have to use all 2 minutes of your time to just share your thoughts on it, okay, on this topic. And then we'll see if there's consensus for policy direction, or we'll just have some conversation and leave it, all right?
Sarah,
Yes.
you can't gift your time to other people.
Oh, yeah, you also.
Tried to cheat last
No
time.
selling.
Whoa!
We did, the last time we did this, somebody did try to like gift their time. It does not work that way. You can't gift your time.
We allow that on the dais.
Yeah, no, thank you. Sasha, are there any other rules I'm forgetting?
I have a croissant as my flag. I'm just gonna throw it at people. Break the rules.
So we will put on, like, when you see me start looking at my watch, you'll know that you're getting close. And when it's time up, I'm gonna cut you off, and I do it with love, because I care about the rules and I care about your team, all right? All right, so Eileen, why don't you get us started? With a little bit of context and some data.
Yeah, so council, you, the last time this was discussed, we indicated that we were going to roll it into the employee survey. So we did, and we got some preliminary results back on that employee survey. So we asked the question, do you work a hybrid schedule? And then question 5A asked, is your ability to work a hybrid schedule or not impact how you feel about the city of Canby as an employer, and if so, how? So we were trying to get at that question about, is there any organizational envy essentially for those who don't work, who can't work a hybrid schedule? So in terms of those who work a hybrid schedule, there were 15 that did, 41 that did not, one didn't answer. And so does your ability to work a hybrid schedule or not impact how you feel about the city about the city of Canby as an employer, and if so, how? So yes, 10 people replied, yes, it does. 11 people replied, no, it doesn't. 5 people replied, it has no impact. So those responding yes noted a variety of reasons, including it has a positive impact on how they viewed Canby as an employer. So they liked being able to work on a hybrid schedule. It helps them to be more focused. They value their hybrid schedule. 2 went so far as to say that they would not stay in their positions without the ability to work from home.
2 of them?
2 of them, yes. It makes a very positive impact on their mental health, noting it can be stressful to work with the public constantly. It just depends on what position they're in. Fuel savings. As a working parent, having the ability to work from home allows that person to continue to work when their child is at home from school. It is what they appreciate most about working for the city of Canby. And multiple people said they feel more productive when working a hybrid schedule. So of the yes responses, most were employees who work from home. Of the yes responses, most were employees who work from home and value that work arrangement. However, one yes response went on to say that they could not work from home. One yes response went on to say that they could not work from home, and it impacted that person negatively because they felt that some who worked from home did not answer their phone in a timely manner and did not have to address customers. So that's something that we're going to have to address as I've said before, the customer service angle and employees being able to reach each other is something that we need to improve upon. 3 people said they do not work a hybrid schedule or have that ability, still noted that they think it is a good idea to offer a hybrid option to attract and retain employees. Many who said they did not, many who said it did not impact their feelings about the city did not offer much commentary. A few noted that even if they did not work a hybrid schedule, they thought it was good to offer that schedule. One noted someone else working from home doesn't impact them as long as that person working from home is accessible during the workday. So again, it's a matter of communication and customer service. One person noted that they thought those working a hybrid schedule negatively impacted their productivity because another person was not responsive from home. So again, it's, it's a matter of making sure that calls are returned and all of that. So, so this tells me that our employees appreciate that they can work a hybrid schedule and that it does factor into their employment decisions. And that we have some work to do in terms of tightening up expectations about returned calls and employees reaching each other. So that's what this tells me. So
Okay.
that's.
Any other context that staff wants to provide before the council starts in on their dialogue? And again, be brief so we can keep the time. Anything? Okay. All right, then, Tracy, you raised the issue first, so would you mind starting us? I'm gonna go ahead and start the timer.
Okay, and we have 100 and how many employees?
110.
About 110.
110. So roughly 50% responded to the survey, so I don't have a lot of faith in the survey. And I've already expressed my embarrassment of the survey to you, Eileen, before, because I didn't feel like the questions were appropriately asked in some categories. So less than 2% of our staff would leave if they didn't have that option. So I feel like if we continue this path, we are sacrificing customer service for the community and internal customer service for 2 people. I can tell you from personal experience, my own daughter tried for 2 weeks to get a hold of somebody in courts. That's not good customer service. It's absolutely embarrassing for the city to have that kind of customer service level. And I feel like everybody needs to get back to work. It was a policy put in place by the former administrator during a pandemic that is no longer in place, so the policy should no longer be in place. Everybody else is calling their people back to work, and I feel like we should be following suit and provide the best service to our city. I don't have anything, I've pounded that home so many times, I don't think I need my whole 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's see. Daniel?
Yes, I'm pretty agnostic on the whole issue. I know people who are perfectly capable of showing up at a desk and doing nothing the whole day. And I know people who work at home and get a lot of things accomplished. I personally think if there's a customer service issue that needs to be addressed by the administration, that could be handled from people working at home, then that is an issue of management. So I'm agnostic. Certain jobs, of course, have to be here. And I think there's some advantage of people working here, understanding the community a little bit. I don't know how much you get if you're driving from Salem every day here and just driving home, but I'm not strong opinion either way.
Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
I do not work remotely. I don't have like a consistent remote schedule, but like I do work from home sometimes, on top of what I'm doing. And then also like if I'm sick, maybe I'll work from home. That's not included in what we're talking about, right?
Can I
We're
have
talking
20
about like
seconds of my
a
time
couple
back
days.
so I can clarify that?
Yeah, just clarify what we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't have a problem for case-by-case situations. If someone is ill or, they're
If it's the
recovering from
regular-
surgery
it's
or
the
something.
regular
But as a regular schedule, I'm gonna work from home for 2 days a week, nah.
Okay, all right, thank you for the clarification. All right, Jim, give us your 2 minutes.
Okay, hence the word public employees, public employees mean you're here for the public. And I also know that it's important for teams to be able to do face-to-face and work together face-to-face, and not have somebody gone off the team once or twice a week. And accessibility for the customers to be able to come into City Hall. 9 o'clock in the morning to me is an awful late start for these doors to open up. And people need to be accessible to the public. I think there are circumstances behind it. Obviously that you can leave the latitude up to the city administrator to allow some work from home. Somebody's going through some issues with kids, family, whatever. I think that that's perfectly let the city administrator make those decisions. But for the most part, Intel, Amazon, Google, they've all called their people back, and Amazon has people in Montana. They used to work in Seattle. They're saying you're fired. Come back to work or you're fired, And I think that there's a reason that the major corporations are stopping working from home. That was for the pandemic. It's not for day-to-day operations.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Herman.
I just went through this at my current job. You have an in-office job, you work in office. Bottom line, and for the ones that feel like the public is too stressful, then you're in the wrong position, you're in the wrong job. If you were hired to work for the public, either you can be accessible for staff and public alike. We just had to let a person in our company go because she would rather work from home and become very inaccessible. I get people can be productive while at home. There are extenuating circumstances that I take time to work from home from time to time as well. But consistently, I am in my office at work. It's no difference from what I do from my professional level to being a city staff. You have to be accessible for everyone. And if we're finding that some of these individuals are not accessible from home, then why are we employing them?
Okay. Mayor.
Tracy, the statistic you gave said 50% didn't answer the survey.
Well, when I had my conversation with Eileen, she told me there were 60 responses, and Kevin just said we have about 120 employees, that's 50%.
So statistically speaking, it's still a relevant sample.
Well, I also read the survey.
Okay, this isn't a dialogue, 2 minutes each.
I think there are people leaving their jobs that won't let them work remotely. My wife is one of those. I think that it needs to be an option, and it's up to the administrator to make that judgment call. It's not the council's responsibility. I think the admin, obviously, with some of this feedback, needs to set expectations on what working remotely means and expectations around answering phones or whatever that may look like. I think there needs to be that latitude. Not every job can be done remotely. I would love to work remotely. I don't because my job has me in my building. So, but again, that would be between myself and my boss if I needed to work remotely for a reason. So, and I think that's an Eileen call, administrator call, not a council call.
Okay, Jason?
So first of all, there was talk about there was 2 people that would quit if they were forced to come back to work, and there was a comment made about how that's a very tiny statistic. The other tiny statistic is that there's 1% of the employees at this company, at the city, that work remotely. So it is a very small percentage of employees overall that are even impacted by remote work. or not remote work, but hybrid work. And that's the other thing, is that this isn't remote work. These people aren't working strictly from home. They have time here in the city, and then they work sometimes at home. And that is a huge, there's a huge difference between those two models. Secondly, not all companies are calling their folks back. There are many companies out there that have determined that there are benefits to having, for their employees to have a hybrid work environment. And that has to do with aging parents, childcare, cost of living, all of those things. I have a couple of friends that work for companies that have said everybody needs to come back. And the company is demanding that they come to the office, even though they were told originally that they would be able to work a hybrid work schedule. And now they have to pay for hotels, and they have to pay for their meals, and everything is on them, not the company. And they feel like it is a way that the company is trying to force them out of their job, and it leaves a very bad taste in their mouth. And I don't want to see our city do that sort of thing. I want to see it value our employees and the promises that were made to them. This has to do with the evolving work environment. Many of the people that sit around this table are from an older work model. And guess what? Times are changing, and we've got to change with it. And then finally, and this is the most important thing to keep in mind, is that we don't manage the staff day to day. That is Eileen's job. We have put Eileen in charge. And if she feels that this staff is more productive.
Okay.
We got it.
I think we got the
I just
point.
want to make sure Jason knew. Sorry.
I got it. Our timers are synced up. Okay, last comment on this topic. Scott.
First of all, I was dead set against it because that's what the community kept asking. And I still don't like it, but I'm glad you brought that up because being a counselor now, it seems like in years past, the council box was this big. It needs to be this big. I think that's your call, correct now? It's not really our call for remote work?
Typically, I mean, Eileen's yes, and every other, or it's a human resources policy, and you don't typically see councils getting involved in human resource policies.
Okay, so the questions I would ask, would you have taken the job if there was no remote work? Do remote work people have personal phones or city phones? How are workers communicating with the public? As long as people can get a hold of them, but I know for a fact that some people have come up and said, hey, I need to speak to so-and-so. They or he or she, they're not in. That's frustrating to a developer or whatever. If we have to go with it, maybe we need more of a structure to it, which would probably be in your call. And my last one is, I had a lady, very well-known in the community. She needed something from City Hall. She came up at 4:15 and it was closed. And I said, what are the hours of City Hall? 9 to 4. That's unacceptable. 9 to 5. 9 to 5. So.
A lot of people aren't even off work at 4 to come down and take care of something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
That's it for.
Back to customer service.
Okay, all right, so thank you. You guys did pretty good.
Gold star.
Gold star, well, I'll give you a silver star for that
Silver.
one. I should have said, there's no dialogue, like, let people have their time. Okay,
You know
I'm
with
not-
this group, you have to set rules, right?
I know, and we're getting clarity on the rules. I'm not hearing a majority on this. The majority is, let's leave it at the administrative level, but I did hear some clear direction of, making sure that the policy's shored up to emphasize customer service. We heard just structure, what else? Customer service, accessibility, is a priority, and, clear expectations around how people are gonna utilize this benefit to make sure that accessibility is met and, customer service is fulfilled. So let's talk about IT. I think that gives your administrator good direction. I know that's tough, not everybody wins, this is not the most, fun process to go through, but I hope everybody feels heard and everybody knows where each other stands, okay? Let's talk about IT. Can I pass this off to one of you? All right. IT, is there any organizational context that we need to give to
Quick
this?
question.
Yes, please.
You said that's what you heard, but I didn't hear the same thing.
Well, okay, then what did we miss? I just was trying to summarize the main themes that came out. Yes, not everybody's in favor of remote work, and there are 3 of you who made that clear, but it wasn't a majority on the council. So from the group, as far as the majority of the council said, this is an administrative decision. And then other comments from the conversation, I heard that customer service is a priority. So if it's an administrative decision, and that's where the majority of the group stood, that customer service is a focus and accessibility is a primary focus. And I captured all of the comments and you guys have the recording.
I think it should be case by case though, and not put into the job description.
That wasn't a majority opinion. And so we said earlier, where our ground rules, that we're gonna move forward with the majority or consensus. So we can't spend all day on this. You guys could debate it, but you don't have a majority.
Well, we didn't talk about that specific piece, but whatever. I'm over it. I'm not really over it, but I'm gonna shut up about it.
Yeah, I mean.
I'm moving on. I'm mad, but I'm moving on.
Okay, that's fair. Let's talk about IT. Context, can we start with some context?
Do you want me to give the context? I'll give the context.
Thank you, Todd.
So, many years ago, I'll call it many years ago, the council at that time had looked at several contracts that the city had that were in perpetuity and had said they don't like contracts in perpetuity. We had an IT company that had been working with the city for a long time. We had a fantastic relationship with them. You know, we could argue whether or not they were doing a great IT job, but we had a great relationship with them. And that was one of the contracts the council asked the city to go out and see to make sure that we were getting the appropriate value for the dollar. The administrator at the time, for good or ill, made the decision that he felt it was better brought in-house, so he hired IT in-house. Then because we brought it in-house, we had to spend an inordinate amount of money at the time, which is just common, to buy all the equipment that we were leasing and renting from the contractor. So that took our IT budget from this to this very quickly for at least that period of a year. That came up in the budget committee. The council at the time was very unhappy with that decision. They demanded that an RFP go out to see what the difference is between the two. Unfortunately, at that point, that's where things started to roll downhill, city-wise. And the IT folks that we had hired weren't happy with the environment and they left. So we lost the 2 IT people we had hired. And so we ended up hiring just some contract employees while we went through this administrative change. Eileen picked it up at that point and has held on to it while she got her, got established. And then at this point, that's where we are today. She has asked me to go out for RFP to get numbers to determine what the cost is actually to contract it out versus in-house. We do not have internal IT right now per se. We have 2 contract employees that are managing our IT for us.
Okay.
That are not actually city employees. So we're in a weird hybrid place. So that's where we're at right now.
Okay, all right. I can't remember who brought this up. I feel like it came up from staff. So yes, George. So council, who wants to weigh in on this first? Anybody?
I can briefly because I have to go step outside in a minute.
Okay.
Because someone's gonna drop something off for me.
Okay.
I do remember this being a hot topic at the last budget committee meeting. It wasn't just council that was unhappy. We had a couple of budget committee members that was a little irritated as well when the assistant city administrator made this decision. So I'm thinking it's gonna be a hot topic at the budget committee again. I just have a hunch. So I'm glad that you're going out to RFP. I would like to see the numbers so we can make a good financial decision. And on that, I will be back.
Okay. Okay, great. Daniel? Can we start your time here? Okay, go.
Yeah, okay. Not much to say other than I think it's sort of an administrator decision to do that one way or the other. having to worry about my own IT problems at work for the company I have, I realize that there is a lot of cost involved on doing that, and I'm mostly concerned about continuity. My casual conversations with people seem to think that the lack of continuity between the transition between what was and what is cause problems, which will always cause problems whenever you're switching. So I think even if you contract out a company, you need to have at least the stability of somebody who knows the city systems. Because what I hear happened is a continuity problem. When you switch from one to another, there's always huge costs, and if we switch back and forth, the cost will always be high. If you get something more stable, costs are a little more manageable. But in the end, it's on you, Eileen.
Okay. All right, Jim?
My only input is when we get into the budget process, I'm gonna wanna see the pros and cons behind versus and what the costs are and projected costs moving forward. What were the past costs? What's the future cost for going external versus contracting?
So for you, it's a budgetary consideration. Okay. Herman stepped out. Brian?
So IT is a must-have for the city. And again, I think that is gonna be up to the administrator and the finance team to figure out how that all fits in the budget. The finance team and the administrator have to present to the budget committee a balanced budget. And if they're able to present a balanced budget with, IT being done in whatever fashion they deem necessary, then that's how it should be.
Okay. All right, Jason.
Okay, so first of all, I can tell you right now that the people I talk to in the community don't give one fig as to whether the IT department is in-house or out. I don't know of anybody in our community that calls IT for support or help. And if they are, then I think we got a big problem on our hands. This is strictly an internal issue. As far as the next budget cycle, because things have been so chaotic over the last couple of years, whatever data we look at, as far as costs, is gonna be garbage. Because our IT department was first built and then imploded and now is not right. So if you really wanna talk about data and seeing what the data says as far as service and money, it's gonna take a couple more years of having an internal IT department to sort that out. If the RFP goes out, it needs to be comparative to services, similar to what we're going through with the city attorney right now. The other counselors know where I stand on that and what I'm referring to. I think that this is also has to do with bad blood. There has been an ongoing debate before I was even on council with other counselors and their involvement with this particular company that people keep referring to. And that is poisoning this whole process. And then finally, and most importantly, like I said last time, this is an administrator decision. We do not govern or manage the IT department or its services. If our city administrator, whom we hired, feels that that is a necessary thing to have in-house, then that is her prerogative.
Okay, thank you. All right, whoops, wrong one.
Now that everything's been said.
We should have started with Scott.
I
Trying to
got
make
no
it easy.
fat on the bone yet. I miss the good old days before I was a counselor when I could watch it on TV and get all the stuff and then it went exploded.
Throw things at your TV.
There were days I was in here at 9 o'clock yelling, what the hell are we doing? I agree, it's your thing, but I wanna get the best bang for the buck. If
Right.
we can afford it.
It's about
great.
the
If we-
dollars, yeah.
I just want,
I could care
I'm
less if we
always
go with the
about
other
money.
company
Let's-
again.
Let's say what we can say, but I want the best service too. We need good service. You get what you pay for.
Okay. All right, Herman, do you wanna weigh in on this?
No, ma'am.
What's that? No.
He had plenty to say in the budget last year.
All right.
He was a citizen on the budget committee last year.
Okay. All right, well, and I hope this is helpful.
I will say ditto for Sassy. I 100% agree with what he said.
Okay. So again, hearing admin decision, but there's budget considerations. Eileen, are there any follow-up questions you have for your council?
Budget.
I think that the devil's gonna be in the details in terms of deciding what is an apples to apples comparison. So, what I said to the budget committee back when I first started was, as long as we're comparing current needs for a modern IT department with, as long as we're starting from the same place, we can't be comparing what we had in the past with what the program, what the service needs to be. So, are we providing for adequate service to departments? Are we providing for adequate cybersecurity? Are we providing the right mix of services for the future? So, and that's what Todd is tasked with doing, writing an RFP that does identify what a good, I don't wanna say state-of-the-art IT department, but a good IT department needs to entail, no matter who's providing that,
Yeah.
so.
And I will say that the RFP is currently being reviewed by an expert in city IT to make sure that the services are reflecting match what a city needs.
All right.
Sarah?
Yes.
Can I just maybe want to ask staff, you've had it contracted, you've had it in-house, and then you've had it contracted. Is there an opinion?
I have an opinion. I think that one of the metrics, in addition to what Eileen mentioned, that's critical, that's not always seen, is all the advisory boards, the council and the planning commission, and that broadcasting and the anxiety that goes into that broadcasting before you all show up is a factor here. Thank you, Todd, for what you've done so far. Thank you. From where you've started in like the last month, it's been less than a month, you've done an awesome job.
Week and a half.
Week and a half.
He's made quick work of
But you know who's
IT
counting?
problems.
No, but he's like
31st,
solved
to be
things,
exact.
I mean, it's been a black cloud over the department for a long time, I mean, there've been times, I mean, back to Scott's point, like, where it's like, are we gonna broadcast tonight? And it's like, we're down to the minute, and it like, I just kind of gotten numb over the last several years, because it's like, I guess this is gonna happen. I mean, and we shouldn't be at that point as staff, because that's a drain on staff and our resources as well, so that's not the only IT piece, but it is a really important piece, is broadcasting to the community so people can watch it on TV. If they wanna watch the planning commission, and that's 2 times a month, like the council and the advisory boards as well. So I really feel like those matrices need to be strongly, not all the stuff that Eileen said, but also just on this broadcasting piece and the support for that, because it was a nightmare at times before Todd kind of got involved with this. And it's a pretty complicated process. It's like a 12-step process to get this thing to broadcast, and like if any switch is slightly off, the whole thing doesn't work. I mean, it's not like a one button thing. I mean, it isn't. So anyway, that's my spiel, is just to add to that.
All right. Yeah, Jerry, and then,
I'm gonna add to what Dawn said. I've actually moved advisory committee meetings to Public Works because the equipment hasn't worked for years, and it's gotten me into that area where it really is frustrating. And so I wanna echo what he said about Todd. This last week or 2 weeks has been amazing, the change in what's gone on with IT. So I see it going in a good direction.
good. Marissa?
Wait,
Yeah.
give it like a year. My goodness.
I see the
Everything
light.
works for a week.
Compliment.
Say thanks.
No.
I know, remember, he doesn't,
I
know, Todd doesn't love compliments, so.
I'm getting him a cake.
Thank you, Todd.
Yeah.
Marissa?
I was just gonna say, and I've told this to the leadership team already, my husband works in IT, and I've also just had a lot of experience working with IT in general, and the budget part of this is very important, but like I think Scott said, you get what you pay for. and good IT support does cost money. And I'm sure you guys heard about the whole Oregon City thing. My husband's company was one of the people who had to try to fix that issue, and it took them down for like, a month almost. And you wouldn't even believe, if you know anything about it, what actually happened and how that ended up happening. But anyway, my point is that we do need some continuity here, and the budget piece of this is important, but it cannot be the only piece. You have to think about other things too, because IT is very difficult, and if, we have changing IT coming in and out, it just makes everything really complicated, and I don't even think our current IT people have had time to think about the cybersecurity part of any of this. I think they've
Surprised
been
that
busy
hasn't
catching
come
up.
up. We do a lot of work with CIS and like we hear a lot about cybersecurity, and so anyway, yeah, you want good internal service, you want solid, but you also want very secure service, because you're right, when your systems go down, we now work in organizations where you rely almost exclusively on those systems to function, so it's
There
rough.
is no more analog.
It's rough.
It just doesn't
Okay.
exist.
All right, so thank you for the discussion on IT. I don't know that we have it listed up here as a challenge, but we're just gonna put hybrid work and IT, and we'll have the other notes referenced as part of your record. Okay, so what you see up here is just, we captured some themes from the outreach conversations. And so we just wanted to just bring attention to a few of these things. So under the area of problems, we have looming budget shortfalls, limited staff capacity. Oh,
Just, I wasn't sure if Tracy could see.
yep. Limited staff capacity, staff retention and turnover, unclear roles between staff and council, which we talked a lot about already. Coming out of staffing and leadership instability. So again, this is a time of change for the organization. And so being mindful of not like overwhelming the plate or adding too much, which I don't think you're gonna do from a fiscal perspective, but like also from a stability perspective is probably something to be mindful of. Clarity on council priorities, again, not everybody was in this room the last time you guys set those. So today when we get into goal refinement, that's gonna be really important. And it's gonna be nice to have the directors all be part of that conversation to make sure that they've got really good clarity. Changes in employment law, this is one we're hearing from a lot of cities, that paid leave Oregon is a real pain in, it's a very well-intended benefit, but it is really challenging administratively. So that just is something we're hearing about a lot. Growing pains from a small to medium-sized city and the expectations that come with that. And then preemptive state laws regarding land use, around affordable housing requirements, and just everything. There are so many state mandates that are really limiting local control, and we hear about that over and over and over again in every city that we work with. And it really, this has a strong connection to staff capacity. You get those mandates and you have to like give capacity to deal with that stuff, which can sometimes detract from the other priorities that you already had staff working on, or things that your community wants. So that's tough. So I don't know if there's any other things that you guys want to add to this list. Again, this is helping to give you some foundation to step into your goal refinement exercise with, and just to be thinking about like, if these are some of the challenges we're dealing with, how are we gonna, what do we need to be thinking about? What challenges, what do we need to be setting goals around? Where are the opportunities that connect with that? So any other problems you wanna identify before we shift over to opportunities?
Are we, just, are these just problems within the administration of the city, or is that what we're talking about, or are we talking about?
It's both.
all issue?
This is both.
One issue that I think I said many times in council and want to say over again, one big problem I see in the city is a lack of the ability for citizens of the community to communicate with the city itself.
Okay.
And that's not all anybody's fault in particular, but in my observation, when I get people to come to me to actually try to pay me to help out some of these times, is how do we communicate with the city? Because there's a view that there's some people know and there's the rest of them.
Okay, so, yeah, I think we talked about this in our outreach, so it's about like being responsive, city
But
responsiveness.
just better increase the ability of the citizens to be able to interact with the city. Because
Okay.
like I say, the city can sometimes be perceived as an obstacle to work around, to
Okay.
get around, to avoid, rather than something to be interacted with.
Okay.
And there's a lot we have done, a lot we can do. It's just, I think it's something that it's constantly needs to be addressed for it to not go away.
Okay, other things that haven't come up yet that you guys wanna bring to the forefront? Yeah, Jim?
Just outreach to our, like bridging cultures to the different, especially the Hispanic community.
Yeah, that definitely includes what I've.
That kind of goes in line, yeah, that kind of connects to Daniel's comment.
Okay.
Just general community partnerships too.
Okay, anything else? Does this sum it up for people pretty well? These were the things you mentioned, so hopefully, hopefully you feel it. This is Canby's, right? Yes, we're good. Okay. Opportunities then. Things we heard about. So we have a major opportunity with leadership stability and a really strong staff team. I think that's been emphasized by all, so that's great. More staffing for increased service levels. So figure if there are increased service levels desired in particular areas, think about how you're gonna resource that. Downtown economic development, that came up a lot as a major theme, a lot of opportunity there, yes? Evaluate potential revenue options. You guys are thinking about that as far as fiscal situations, community engagement, so that connects right here. The sports complex, heard a little bit about this in your interviews, so might wanna add some additional context to that in a moment. Urban renewal. This one I think was in particularly, specifically related to in the industrial area. Yes?
Future or existing?
Well, as far as the opportunity that I heard about most from the council was about future in relation to the industrial area. I know that there's, and I don't know if it's part of this conversation, if you guys have made any decisions on that, but I did hear a little bit about the closure of the current urban renewal district. So I don't know if that's part of this conversation.
I think the opportunity there is to have that closing and have the monies returned to the budgets. That's the opportunity.
You guys haven't done that already?
Not yet, a couple years out.
No, but we've also heard about the possibility of shutting this urban renewal district down, but
Creating one for the
creating a new
industrial.
one for the industrial.
Yeah, I don't know that I heard as much about the closing the one down this year because you guys aren't there, you're not there yet, right?
Oh, yeah.
We still got a couple of
We
years.
still have a couple of years, okay. Do we need to talk about that one then this year? You guys can save that for, I know there's interest in it, but I didn't hear, I heard more interest this year about the creation of one for your industrial area. That's the opportunity we're focused on this year?
We talk about this a lot, and if you go off too much on it, you're probably gonna need a whole nother sheet.
Okay, I'm just gonna,
And I'm gonna have to leave the room, so I'm gonna blow.
I'm just gonna put the one on here for the industrial area. That was the one that,
Or new,
Feels
or
more-
if you put new urban renewal.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the TSP update? Yes, big opportunity.
Big
Yeah, you guys have to do that.
Big opportunity.
UGB expansion,
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
comp plan update.
yep.
Did we miss anything? Jim?
You could almost put an arrow between the UBC, the expansion over to urban renewal. Because,
okay.
yeah, those two kind of connect.
Connect, okay.
Yeah.
Anything else that you guys want to elaborate on at this time as far as context around these opportunities?
I don't think so.
Can we just give some quick, before you guys get into your goal refinement around the sports complex, can we just get a quick update on that to kind of help guide that conversation? I'm just gonna look to Eileen. Just give me the bullet points so that way we can all start from the same place when you guys get into your small groups.
Well, I don't think we are in the same place. We have a organization that's working on behalf of Oregon Youth Soccer Association that came to town. They have prepared a set of renderings for the Molalla State Park. And then we heard from Molalla for the Oregon Park and Recreation District and various other land use reasons why that site won't work. So they are in the process of preparing renderings on a different site in the industrial park outside of the urban growth boundary, and they are just about ready to present those renderings to the city with the hope that they could then present those renderings to the property owner. And there are some on council that are a little bit more involved in that process than others, and hopeful that we could bring this back to the council for a work session, perhaps executive session, perhaps. But what hasn't been determined yet is who would buy the property, and certainly how the site would be managed and operated. So that's kind of where it stands right now.
Okay,
Could I give some more context to that?
yes, just be brief.
Okay, it's gone through the Park and Rec Committee, which is the, number one, it's the number one priority for the Park and Rec Committee.
Is
Secondly,
it in the master plan?
yeah, the sports,
Okay.
yep, it is in the master plan. We have held 2 meetings with city staff, which I very much appreciate the city staff. And the last meeting in December was city staff was going to start working on what were the funding options if the council were to decide to move forward with the purchasing of that property. I've yet to see any of that come to completion yet. Then we are gonna get city staff back together with Patrick Sampson to go over the renderings.
Okay,
And that has not happened yet.
Okay.
And so it's very, very, very important for the city council to get their eyes on that rendering and the plan, because this is a high priority for the downtown district.
okay,
And it was on our goal setting last year.
all right. Great. Any other opportunities or anything that we want to be thinking about as you guys go into your groups? All right, what about threats? So one item we have on here that came up is just the threat of collective bargaining agreements being unsuccessful. We talk about threats, first of all, before we jump into that, to make sure that we're being thoughtful about what could happen, and should it turn into a problem. So that was just one that was mentioned, that's I guess it's always a possibility, but yeah, Kevin?
Is there any more information? I work closely with CBAs and I don't see them as a threat other than a labor agreement, but is there any more as to how it's unsuccessful or?
Anybody context?
I don't know who said that in the.
Ashley, do you remember if that came from the staff side or the council side? It's not ringing a bell for me.
So we can do it.
I gotcha. Okay. Is this a threat? Anybody? No, not really?
I don't think so. I think this
Okay.
is more of a year ago type situation.
Okay,
in
all
my
right, maybe it was put on there by mistake.
Yeah.
Let's cross that off. Are there some threats?
Uh,
Yes, Jim.
Financial,
Mhm.
obviously, that's a huge threat to the city by not having good financial projections and or new revenues to the city.
Yeah, I don't know if this is so much a threat anymore as it is an actual problem. As far as revenue. You guys this one might have already moved over to the other quadrant, which it has, I mean, I say that, I say it lightly because I'm not mitigating what
Actually, we
a
have it in
challenge it
both
is, but it is
sections
it is a challenge in a lot of the communities we're working with. I mean, we just got done in Beaverton last night and they had a $10 million gap to close last year. They've got $5 million gap this year. I mean, it's rough. So
Yeah.
you guys are And everybody, poor Gresham, but we, like, always the joke is, they're like, well, at least we're not Gresham, so. I mean, there's pain across the state. I mean, cities are feeling it pretty harshly, so it's rough. So yes.
Feels it really deeply.
Gresham feels it really deeply. Sasha used to work at Gresham, so we feel for their team. I saw a couple hands pop up over here. I don't know who was first.
For clarity, the threats are things that could impede us from achieving the goals that we're going to set, you mean?
Yeah, there are like things out there on the horizon, so.
Okay.
Outside of the organization.
Okay,
Yeah.
I would say that one of the ones that's going to be coming up is that this year is an election cycle. And there
Yeah.
could be a shift in priorities of the council for 2025.
Yeah, we just talked about, this is such a strong opportunity, but that is a threat. Not because it's a bad thing to have change and the democracy is wonderful, but it's certainly like.
It's an unknown.
It's an unknown, yeah.
This may be out of ways, but I think the community sentiment on these big lifts on things that are, whether it's a sports complex and a bond on that, or whether it's the water treatment plant that's $82 million that's needed in 10 years.
Yep.
I've seen things go really poorly in other communities on swimming pool complexes where administrators stepped down. City council members were replaced because the city believed that the facility was an affluent community, similar size in this area, that the community could afford it. So I think there's an element of vetting on any of these big lifts with the community, because ultimately that's probably gonna be, those will be bonding elements, and this is out of ways, but I think that's important to put on the list. That somehow gets part of this mix is that, because we can make decisions here, but I think the community may or may not be really excited on every venue. I mean, ultimately, everything's gonna get more expensive, but that's part of that discussion as well.
Yeah. Tough environment to be passing bonds right now.
Yeah, I'm just saying, we're not at this very moment. I don't think that's 24, 25 necessarily, but
Yeah, but certainly
it's somewhere,
something.
it's between now and probably the next fiscal year. I mean, that's probably where we're at on some of this stuff. I mean, it's in that
Yeah.
range, so.
Okay, any others? Yeah,
It's just
Brian?
kind of along those lines, just the costs keep increasing to
Yeah,
provide
and-
services.
Inflation and costs? Yeah, people are feeling that pretty harshly.
And I will add too, that we just need Salem not to meet.
Somebody block those roads.
3 more weeks, we're done, we're good.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna put what happens in Salem. Yeah.
Unfortunately, what happens in Salem.
It doesn't stay in Salem, I know.
Well, there's messaging on that too. I mean, it's really, that stuff that's coming out from the governor's package right now, it's, these are dramatic. These are not small changes on local control, so.
Absolutely impact our ability to develop housing going forward.
We're really gonna be hamstring on housing that's deemed to be affordable. We will not be able to regulate that. That's essentially what's happening.
At least SJR 201's dead in the water.
I have one more I think could be good up there is, oh gosh, what I was just gonna say it. It's like, public discontent and, misinformation.
Yeah. Public discontent.
I mean, not everything on Twitter is true.
So you can.
It's crazy, right?
I think it's more like Canby now.
All right, and Scott, I saw your hand.
Well, this could be out there, but it's how kind of Canby got started. We lost another big community citizen. And as we lose these older guys, now Jim and I are stepping up and Brian up into that age group.
Brian, he's younger than me.
I know there's some gray in here, but
It's just
damn.
gray.
He's younger than me.
He's gonna be gone soon.
I had A lot of those guys were my mentors. I don't have the faith yet in the younger generation coming up. They were very valuable as far as input into the city. They were businessmen, owners, property owners.
Keepers of the Canby
Word
Way.
that how you, yeah, word that how you want, but I think it's something to think about down the road.
Would it be like passing the torch of community
Yes,
involvement or something
yes.
like that?
Yeah,
Show up.
Show up.
You know, everybody wants everything,
I'm
but
gonna
they
put
don't
community
wanna.
involvement and like shift and leadership.
Yes, thank you.
Brian's younger than me.
Sorry, Brian.
What's that?
He's younger than you.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one to think about and to reflect on. I don't know if we're gonna solve it today,
No,
but
it's just-
thinking about like the infrastructure that you have to engage people and to engage younger people and like what sort of pipelines do you have to be feeding into your advisory boards and committees and to council and like how are you engaging with folks to make sure that you're generating interest and getting people to pay attention? I've heard the Canby Way referenced a couple times, but it's like, is the Canby Way gonna help you into the future and like making sure maybe you're evolving it to make it feel welcoming to get new people involved so that you don't have a big gap in leadership at some point. Brian?
And I don't know if this is an opportunity or a threat, and now I may have lost my thought, but, yeah, I did. I'll come back to it.
Okay.
That's all right.
Well, let's, go ahead.
It came back.
It's that old age.
It is that old age thing. Again, opportunities, threats, but again, like we look at the cost, we talked about wastewater, we talk about recreation complex and parks, we talk about our roads, we talk about, those are all things that we have kind of put on the back burner. And that we've got to figure out as a council and as a city staff to like, what is that gonna look like? Because right, we can't,
Maintaining that,
well, maintaining it, but also,
investing.
yeah, I mean, we used to have, summer road repairs was $1.5 million. Now I think we've had a couple of years where we're at 700, 900,000.
Taking every other year off.
Or every other year off to build up the resources, cause labor's gone up, materials and supplies have gone up. So, and we're just gonna continue to see that.
Lack of revenue.
Jamie, what'd you have?
I was just gonna say, I think that this is kind of also reflected a little bit in problems and opportunities, and then just in the discussion, even with some of those parking lot items, but like that morale, we have struggled as a city, and I don't think our morale is back to strong. I wouldn't even say we're necessarily close to being strong. I think we're working on it, and I think that our staff recognizes that we're working on it and recognizes that we have a team that's coming together to work hard. But I think that it, just like talking about earlier, that community trust, the same thing goes with the city staff, that it can be for years really, really strong and it takes just a little bit to break it. And so if we're on shaky ground, it feels like, which we are, even if we're rebuilding, we have to be really cognizant of every decision and every conversation and how we're messaging things. That's a threat to the morale at the city, whether you're working in the building or representing the building or the municipality, so.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so people are paying attention to that. I put it over here, it could be a threat, but just it's supporting that and like the rebuilding of that.
Can I add one more specifically for the library? It has a lot to do with mental health issues and drugs and crime. We've had a really large uptick in people coming in and doing really scary things. Yeah, houselessness is also involved in that. And, I think I was in a meeting a little while ago and they were talking about how a lot of people are moving out of Portland and coming to Canby and people are moving out of Salem and moving up to Canby. And so we've just seen an increase in people that are causing issues and at least for library staff, it's scary sometimes.
Yeah, I would not want to be a librarian.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't, there are so many things it's been just really eye-opening working with cities and talking with libraries specifically about the stuff that they encounter on a day-to-day basis. It's a lot of the same things police officers encounter, but with much different training and orientation.
They just say, hey, go to the library. And so we're not even just like connecting people to resources, we're social workers, we're a million other things.
Yeah.
And then, at the same time, we get complaints that we're not open on Sundays and we're not open until 8. And I'm like, we're down 4 positions since 2019. We can't do more than we're doing. And I think we're doing a really good job, but we don't hear that from the
Yeah, and you see all that stuff coexisting with all the kids coming in for story time and activities today. Daniel,
Just like to reiterate,
iterate.
what she was saying about, threats to the city that are out there is, there's certain neighborhoods where people don't feel safe in Canby. And that a lot of times comes back to the issue of homelessness, other kinds of things, because they congregate in certain areas more than others, and there's other issues. And so I think we need to, as a city, work or not ignore those parts of Canby that are like, oh, we just don't go there because it's not safe there. I mean, or not as safe, or there's people don't feel safe there. And I can give you 2 neighborhoods right now. I think that's a council meeting. The South Locust is one. And as of just a couple weeks ago, people that I was talking to, Hispanics in Spanish, saying, it's too bad I live there because I don't really feel safe there. I'm looking for ways to get out. And so it's a couple other places like that in Canby. We just need to make sure that we work on trying to help solve those issues,
Okay, let's wrap up with some strengths and then you guys can take a short break and then I'm gonna put you in your small groups to work on some goal refinement. So, this one should be easy. What are we good at? What's going well? What do we wanna carry momentum into? Hermit and then Brian.
Specifically during spring sometime, our community events that we do have are absolutely phenomenal. When you'll never hear a single person say that they're not proud to be a part of this city.
Okay, so these are important
I
for-
wish we could carry them further and I wish we can carry them year round and actually do that. What's that?
And light up the night.
And light up the night, absolutely.
So this is important for community engagement and trust, right?
Yep.
Okay. Brian,
Just the leadership team of the city.
okay,
We've got some tremendous directors as part of this team.
okay. Other strengths,
I think Canby's a desirable place to come to
alright.
live in. Yeah.
Okay, what else? Shout them out.
Public safety.
Yeah,
Public
public safety,
safety.
opposite of what I just said, but yeah, it's a very safe town.
You're just flipping that coin right now.
You know, there's both ways.
Public safety with a few pockets of things that need to be worked on, okay.
And maybe a slash there too, because I don't know how many know it, but if you've been watching the news and the lack of EMS delivery system in Multnomah County, Washington County, Canby's very fortunate to have the EMS delivery system that we have.
Okay,
Education.
Oh, yeah, the schools.
Our-
Have you been to school
You may
board
have had,
meeting?
you may have had some bad instances, but I will tell you, I have had 2 extremely positive instances with two children that has been absolutely amazing.
okay, good. We don't wanna get into the school district. We're here to talk about.
Yeah, we have nothing to do with the
Okay.
schools, so let's not talk about that.
All right, Todd.
And I know we have on the problem the looming budget shortfall, but this city has actually been very fiscally responsible.
Okay,
Especially when you compare other government agencies and what they're struggling with. We're in pretty darn good shape despite any looming financial issues.
yeah. I mean, you guys are gonna talk about work to be done, but like I mentioned, cities are all across the state are dealing with fiscal challenges.
There's a number of cities that run the risk of bankruptcy.
Yeah, I mean, it has a lot to do with what's happening here and then measures 5 and 50. I mean, you're pretty constrained and the mandates just keep on coming. And where costs are increasing, inflation, it's just like a really rough mix of things happening in PERS and.
On the positive side, though, this community has a very unique industrial park, which is going to be expanded. I mean,
Yeah.
this is very unusual for
a diverse tax base.
first tax base because we're not a bedroom community. I mean, we are a bedroom community, but we're not like a normal city which doesn't have any industry, just commercial, so, yeah.
Scott,
People and business owners.
okay.
Yep.
Brian, I saw your hand.
No, I was gonna say that just the passion level of our citizens, for sure.
Yeah.
Our infrastructure is actually impressive.
If I could throw in there the Canby Chamber of Commerce and the service clubs, Rotary and Kiwanis.
Okay, so good partners.
Oh, yeah.
And the church, a good foundation of churches here.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, the Canby Center and all
Canby
those.
shows up.
Okay.
The strength for the community too is the ISO rating, the Insurance Standards Office, ISO rating.
What's that?
The ISO rating,
ISO rating?
yeah. Class 2, that without that, many businesses would reconsider locating in Canby.
I think another thing that is a strength of our community is that we have our own, I know it's not our thing, but we have our own public utility. Like you talk about people's
That's
power
good.
bills going up and we don't see that here.
Yeah,
I think
Canby
that is a huge deal.
Canby
Ours went up a
Utility.
little, but, oh yeah, my daughter's like, oh my gosh, our power bill went up so much, but she has PGE.
Yeah, I think, I'm
Yeah.
not sure what it was said, if you mentioned it, Sarah, but just, we're not a bedroom community, but we are definitely, we are kind of an island as a city, and I think that that's a strength for us. We don't run the risk of, a lot of MPO overreach, and
Yeah, I mean,
we have to be somewhat self-sufficient.
doing this work with cities that don't have like a business community and a strong industrial tax base is a lot harder these days. Eileen and then Jim.
The commitment that has been made by people in the past to economic development here. That was very thoughtful and forethought and, so Canby is not a bedroom community, but it's a complete community.
Well, and it's interesting, cause that diverse tax base really only came about within the last 12 years. Because that wasn't the case when I moved to Canby in 2005.
What happened 12 years ago?
I became mayor.
Oh.
Well,
Good point.
That's true.
That was really when the industrial park began to take off.
That was when, okay.
I started 12 years ago, which is what I was trying to. Well, it stole my thunder, just like the mayor always
A lot of synergy. Hold on, Jim had something he was gonna add.
You both met sassy.
Canby Health Center,
The what, the Canby Health Center?
Adult Center.
Adult Center, okay.
Canby Adult Center for, because we have a huge senior population up there.
Okay. All right.
That's only for Scott Sassy too.
Where he's gonna go after he's done on the council.
Good night, buddy.
All right, well, I think when we think about this in terms of goal refinement, we're a little bit behind, but we're gonna try to catch ourselves up here. Or else we might have to use what we have for the team agreement and come back and revisit that at a follow-up. So I want you guys to keep in mind that these strengths, these are things that within the city's purview, you wanna make sure that you preserve these things. They're what's important, they help to keep you strong. I want you to also think about how you leverage them as opportunities when you get into your small groups. These are definitely, again, these are really good things to think about as far as opportunities for goal refinement. These are things you wanna manage and be thinking about, like, is there anything that we need to do to refine our goals to manage for these things, or is this more just we have general awareness of it? And then problems, do these pose any opportunities? So that's how I want you to think about this when you get into your discussions later. Why don't we take 5 minutes and then we'll get you all paired up in your groups and talk about, we'll give you some instructions and then get you in your groups and you guys can get into the goal refinement piece. Sound good? Great. Okay. anything that might need refinement, cross off anything that's been complete. And staff has prepared, I don't believe you guys have seen this yet, but like some updates on your goals. So we're just gonna go through. We'll try to do it quickly so they can just familiarize you with where everything is. And we probably need Eileen to do this. So we'll wait till she comes back, but just, I can start by giving you the overview of the goals. So the first one is promote financial stability, and there's 4 actions there. And then there's align resources to address future community growth. And I should just pull these up, I can share this.
Oh, sorry. I didn't count us back in.
Oh, yeah, do you wanna count us back in?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, do you got it in there?
I think we're already in.
Yeah, we're already on.
Oh, he's already recording it?
Okay.
All right, sorry.
So, yeah, back to, we're gonna do just a quick update on the goals. So, yeah, promote financial stability, and you can see, can you see the 4 actions there? You need me to zoom? Zoom a little bit. Is that better?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll check in with those. And then the next one is around, these are all around community growth. You've got quite a few here: housing needs, economic needs, development code, comp plan, zoning tools for housing, urban renewal, city charter, hotel motel, staffing needs. The third one is around transportation. We've got a couple things there: TSP, county roads. You have parks and recreation.
I'm such a spaz.
So it's about funding mechanisms and financing options, and then identifying a plan for land acquisition for parks and athletic fields. And then the last one is engagement and communication. So youth engagement, a communications engagement plan, ARPA for emergency management, DEI belonging, from gathering input from Clackamas County in terms of next steps, community survey, employee satisfaction engagement survey, and subcommittee for council policies and guidelines. Okay. Eileen, I have the spreadsheet up, but do you wanna just give some updates, just kind of walk us through the updates on these, or have staff give the status for each one? And as we go through, I want you guys to think about, is this complete? Should we mark it off the list? Do we wanna flag it for refinement? We're not gonna get into an in-depth discussion on these actions yet. Or is it no longer relevant? Or is it underway, continuing? All right, so let's start with the goal of financial stability.
I think there's still work that needs to be done in all of these areas.
Okay.
1.3, host a mid-year fiscal joint budget committee meeting. That was held last week.
Okay.
And so I feel like that one has been done, other than having it be an ongoing
Okay,
An
so
ongoing
1.3
activity.
is complete and could be considered for ongoing,
Right.
okay?
We need to do some work to finish allocating our ARPA funds, or figure out what's been allocated and what hasn't.
What number is that?
Number 1.4. And the rest of it is just ongoing.
1.4, ARPA funds.
Yeah.
Complete the,
Lock that up.
Yeah, we just need to lock that up.
complete. And then 1.1 and 1.2 are ongoing.
Ongoing.
Council, any questions about these?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right, let's shift to the ones around community growth.
Dawn, would you handle?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I'll
Thank you.
keep it boiled down. So 2.1, Sarah,
Yeah.
that's ongoing, but I'm anticipating adoption June 2024. The thumbnail of this is, some of this is contingent on us agreeing with Department of Land Conservation and Development on our housing needs. And that's ongoing. There'll be a March 20th, I'm hoping March 20th council update on this for work session.
Okay.
But June 2024 is when I think that'll be completed,
Okay.
is the goal. And then 2.2 economic opportunities analysis has been adopted by the council.
Okay, so that one's
It's
complete?
completed. City development code has several elements to it. We are working on the housing pieces of those development code updates now. The full code update is gonna need to wait for the comprehensive plan process to completely unfold, so we have policy direction in the comp plan to address code updates, and I'm assuming the full code update would be 25-26 instead of 24-25. So 25-26 for the full code update. It's needed, it absolutely is needed to happen, but it needs to be sequenced with the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
And then the next one is the comprehensive plan and urban growth boundary. That has two elements to it. The city's portion in the current city limits and urban growth boundary is anticipated roughly December 2024 within city limits and urban growth boundary. And then with the urban growth boundary added, there's another revision to that, which should be December 2025. And that's ongoing. That process is ongoing. And then the next one is inclusionary zoning, which I'm hoping to also address at the March 20th work session. This was a prior goal. Inclusionary zoning is typically zoning for housing that's targeted to be done in a way that is more affordable. And that's a discussion that also will be part of that. There's a housing needs analysis and housing production strategy that will be part of that discussion. So the council will be asked to adopt housing production strategies, and so we have not quite gotten to that point with our council yet. But that is all, that inclusionary discussion is part of the current housing needs and housing production strategy, I guess is a simple way of saying that.
Okay, so this, I mean, given that update, you might consider this one flagged for refinement to just kind of, if it's still a focus area, like to include it in that other work, knowing that that's happening for sake of clarity.
It's all kind of one thing, this comp plan piece, it's all these elements are baked into it and they are also sequenced and the council will have to we'll have to have the housing needs analysis adopted to do the urban growth boundary piece.
Many are contingent upon
They are.
if this, then that, if this, then that, so they're
Okay.
A little complicated and there's, not to go further into the weeds, but there's housing efficiency measures that are baked into the inclusionary zoning, which is part of the urban growth boundary process. So it's all moving together sequentially towards the adoption process for the comprehensive plan. These are sub-elements of the comp plan.
Okay, all right. Let's see, what else? Urban Renewal Agency,
I'm
you
gonna
guys did that.
pass that baton on to someone else.
Yeah, 2.6 through 2.9 are all either in progress or, for example, we've already discussed urban renewal, whether we're going to close the existing one and open a new one. The existing urban renewal agency, the decisions have been made on projects and unless the council wants to discuss the issue of closing the urban renewal agency further, then that's the path we're on so far, is closing the existing one and then whether we're gonna open another one or not. That has to be decided. Review and consider updates to the city charter. That one, we didn't make any progress on this year just due to turnover in the staff.
I have a question about that one. What were do you remember what that, last year, do you remember what brought that up? What considerations were we looking to review?
That was me. It was around some of the boards and committees. It's written in the city charter as to how many people need to be on it for quorum and such. There was the limits in which the city administrator is allowed to approve things that they're pretty low compared to other cities of this day and age based on the
contract
cost of
requirements and
things.
stuff.
Okay.
Yes, and then there was.
Things that would have to go to the ballot because we can't change the charter.
Correct,
only
yeah, it was essentially a review of the actual city charter and how it needs to be maybe updated to bring it up to a modern standard.
Yeah, thank you for the reminder.
Okay, 2.8.
Actively recruit a hotel motel for Canby. Jamie has been working. Jamie, do you wanna mention that one?
Just that it is ongoing. We're working with a potential developer who is eager to develop in Canby. Right now, the financial pieces and just how with inflation and interest rates, it's not the best time. So he's trying to pull together that package and figure out what that looks like. But the desires is, I think, probably only grown over the time that we've worked with them. It's just about putting together the money.
2.9.
And 2.9, conduct an assessment on current and future city staffing needs. That kind of goes part and parcel with the long-range financial picture and the
Okay.
budget.
So it's undergone
Yes.
or underway. Great, thank you. Council, any other questions about that? Okay, let's do transportation, couple in that area.
I'm gonna throw that one to Dawn and Jerry.
And so 3.1, the transportation system plan is concurrent with the comprehensive plan update process.
Underway.
Yeah, underway, yep.
Okay, 3.2.
Evaluate county roads in the urban growth boundary, determine cost and impact, introduction into a local transportation system plan. The mayor's really up on this also. We're continuously trying to negotiate with the county to take those roads over before they get too bad. So we actually successfully did take some over,
But it's like an ongoing thing.
ongoing, yep.
Okay. So some success in that area and still more work to be done. Okay.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Jerry, not to be real specific, but where does North Pine Street come into this?
So Pine, that's one of them that I brought forward to council.
Yeah.
I believe it was the council before, and they just didn't give us enough money to take it over. It
Okay.
wasn't, I think we made a decision as a group, just saying they need to offer us more, isn't that right, Brian? Before we take it over. So we're negotiating with the county on that still.
Thank you.
Okay, Parks and Rec, got a couple there.
You got those?
4.1.
Educate the council on funding mechanisms, financial options, recreation development and ongoing maintenance. I think, ongoing, looking at, and we're actually talking about this at Parks Advisory, is trying to somehow start a recreation
Park Rec District.
Okay.
district.
Yeah.
So ongoing, actually being worked on right now.
Okay. All right, and 4.2. That was the sports
Oh,
complex.
I think we touched on that, yeah, identify the plan for land acquisition, future parks and athletic fields.
So ongoing.
Ongoing, yep.
Okay. And then engagement and communication, there are several in there.
I know, I don't know if it falls into it for Public Works on the youth. I know Eileen and I talked to the superintendent for the school district, to potentially look at youth for Public Works engagement on my end. That's something that I would like to work with Eileen on, and has history with that, I think, don't you? With that type of stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marissa, do you want to talk about what's going on in the library?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's both complete but will always be ongoing. We've
Okay.
been doing a lot for Canby youth. And we've finally been seeing an increase in participation from Canby youth. With what we've been doing since pre-COVID.
Okay, great. What about 5.2? Communication engagement plan.
We've been talking about doing a communication plan, so it hasn't been done
Not
yet.
started.
A formal communication plan.
Okay. What about 5.3?
Underway.
5.3, underway.
Well underway.
Well underway. We selected a consultant and we'll be working on a contract with them and working on the emergency operation plan. Should be done by summer.
Okay.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Okay, great. 5.4?
That can't really happen.
Yeah, that was one that got parked here to die. so-
Clackamas County dismantled their
That's right.
DEI
That's right.
department.
So that one, is probably removed from the list because you guys can remove or refine.
Yeah, we did work that into the employee survey a little bit. I can't recall exactly how we did, but we did work that into the employee survey, so we're
Okay.
coming.
Okay. 5.5, community survey.
That one we haven't gotten to yet.
Okay.
Other than we are doing some community survey work as part of the urban growth boundary process, so
Okay.
we are doing that, but the community survey that I'm thinking of is, how well are we doing serving the community in
Yeah, the
general?
customer
So,
service piece. Okay. 5.6? Yeah, the employee survey.
It's done and we're waiting for the results to be
Waiting
delivered to us at this point in time.
Okay.
And
5.7.
appoint a subcommittee to update council policies and guidelines. We haven't done that yet.
Not complete, okay. All right, now you guys know where these stand. So what you'll do in your small groups, so there'll be 3 groups. You will, you can take these and any of the ones that say remove or refine, you can offer up some proposed language for how you would refine those. Even any of the ones that are ongoing, if you feel like there's some that could be refined, or even the ones that are not started, like if they're no longer relevant, you can make proposals on any of them. Do you guys have a list of the goals with you in the materials? Okay, good. I was gonna say, I know it was in the packet, so I would encourage you to take those into your small groups. And so what we'll do is we'll give you, it's about 2:20, so let's go until, let's give you like 25 minutes to work in your groups and just throw up some proposals. And Ashley, Sasha, and I will migrate around and check on you to see how you're doing, if we need more time or less time as you're moving through, so you can modify what's here. You can add new stuff based on our environmental scan. And just for a time check, we're gonna have to follow up with your team agreement. I'm not gonna try to squeeze it at the end. I'm not gonna try to shortchange it. I think we had some good discussion with the training and we're off to a good start, but I wanna give it its due time. So I'll work with Eileen to figure out how to bring that back in a way that's appropriate and within our budget, so.
Would you like us to re-rank these? Is that part of this, or is that?
I wouldn't worry about prioritizing them, just get the ideas down so that we can map those out and develop them together. I forget that staff hasn't been a part of this process before, so yeah, the prioritization piece we'll work on later, but in this part of the conversation, council and staff work together. Council lean on staff for technical expertise to make sure that you're refining the goals. Again, one of the things we heard is that they'd like a little more clarity in understanding what you really want to mean, or what you really mean by some of these things. So what I encourage elected officials to do is to think about what's the story of success you want to tell to the community next year. So when you think about some of these things, and maybe there's too many things on the list, don't feel bad about removing something, especially when you're going into an environment of some fiscal challenges. It's okay to streamline it a little bit. We can put the things in the parking lot so the good ideas don't get lost, but make sure you're giving staff clear direction on the things that matter most to you based on the opportunities we talked about and the problems that you're trying to address. So don't try to overload the list. You don't get gold stars for adding as many things as possible. That's not how this process works. Like, a clear direction is what you want to get to. And if there are too many things, then we'll do a prioritization process to make sure staff is clear on how to allocate these things in the budget, okay? We'll come in and check on you. There's never been a group that we've worked with where we've put them in small groups and somebody doesn't ask the question like, wait, what do I do again? So there's 3 of us, there's 3 groups, and we will come and help you to make sure that you guys are going down the right path as you start this exercise. Ashley, do you want to tell us who our groups are?
Yes, okay, so group 1 is Tracy, Daniel, Dawn, Kevin, and George. Group 2, Jim, Scott, Sassy. Yes.
Yeah, there's two Scotts.
So Jim, Scott, Eileen, Jerry, Marissa, and Todd. And then group 3, Herman, Jason, Brian, Maya, new Scott, and Jean.
Okay, and you guys can work in here. You can also go in the room where lunch was. You can go out in the lobby. There's some nice little round table and some chairs out there. So you don't have to stay in this space or convene in this space, whatever feels comfortable. Change it up if you feel like you need some fresh energy for fresh ideas. All right, somebody tell, who was in Tracy's group again? is to go through like each goal area. So Tracy's like trying to unload her Post-its on me and I'm like, you just hang on to those for a second. Let's start with the ones you guys did for the goal 1 area around financial stability. And we'll go through and check in with each group and see what you guys came up with. And then we'll see where we need to have points of discussion, okay? So we'll save, and there may be some new stuff that doesn't fit into these categories. And so we'll save those things for the end and see if
Oh, we
they,
didn't even get that far. We just did
okay,
those.
all right, that's okay.
Get a group.
Where'd they go?
Yeah, we're missing a group. They're in the
Oh,
other
are they
room.
still?
There were
I
the,
got them.
Breaking the rules, Sarah.
I
Make
told
the
them
goals
multiple
without them.
times. Oh, they're coming.
They don't need to be here.
Get that mayor in here.
the goals now on take lower precedence than ours.
Get back up again. All right, so I told everybody, we're gonna go through one goal area at a time. And then, we'll see where our points of discussion are. If there's new stuff that doesn't fit in these areas, we'll address those at the end. So we're gonna start with financial stability. I know Tracy's ready to go, so I'm just gonna start with her.
They make me write all
Who's
these.
in your group? Raise your hand. Who is in Tracy's group? All right.
Oh, this is really.
Here we go.
What'd you guys come up with?
Under 1.1, change the word revisit to present to council, and then change the year from 23-24 to, or whatever, it's 24, to the budget committee meeting on 24-25, that's fiscal
Okay.
year.
All right.
Now, 1.2, separate into separate action items and set deadlines, because it's very vague.
On 1.2, okay.
Uh-huh. 1.3 and 4, I used one sticky, sorry. We're
That's
removing
okay.
both of them though.
Okay.
And then it was brought
Oh,
up.
this is 1.1, sorry, yes.
And then one, and to add one, explore revenue streams and options and present to the council by end of year.
Okay, so by December 2024.
Yeah.
If you want
Okay.
more specific.
We're trying to be more specific, so.
Got it, okay, all right. What do we have for our next group here?
Group 2.
So raise your hand, who is in group 2? All right, you guys were the ones out in the hall?
Yeah.
Great.
We combined 1.1 and 1.2 and we said we need to do a deep dive into all of our funds and then evaluate the city's fee structure and franchise fees.
Okay.
That was just what we said.
All
Those are
right.
things that we need to focus on.
So this one, you guys wanna combine, they wanna separate, and you guys wanna combine them. And then this feels like revenue options, like that goes together. Yeah, okay. What our other group come up with for refinements for goal 1?
Oh,
Who was in our
well,
last group? Jason's group. Okay,
so, we have, is the 1 point, for evaluate the city's fee structure, we kept our fee structure in SDCs, but we felt like separating out street maintenance is the street maintenance review as a new goal,
okay,
and moving the park maintenance part under the park. But there's one that talks about in a future goal that talks about funding mechanisms and funding sources for parks under,
Parks and Recreation.
yeah, moving that to that one. And then we add a continuation of the CIP team, which we think will go in part with that financial
This is 1.4?
planning, 1.1 between 1.4, I don't know.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but.
And then we also talked about review of a grant writer as a goal.
Okay.
Yeah. Same thing.
Does that sound right to everybody that was in our group?
Well, and the grant writer could be part of what we're adding,
All the work.
explore revenue options.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So it feels like there's a clear one down here that would be explore revenue options with some additional with some notes in there of like things to consider would be a grant writer, street maintenance, fee structures, franchise fees. So the general action would be exploring the revenue options, and then these would be like some additional guidance on things to include in that exploration. Yes?
Purple one up there should be down there. The review fee structure and SDCs.
This one?
No,
Oh, this
down.
one.
Yeah, that's the same type of thing.
Okay.
Just, I like it, I'm in favor of it all, say that first, but what, the wording, explore, evaluate, and those sort of things indicate something that, is not an event that we can say happened or not happened. I kind of like to say something like explore and then present as part of whatever the
Okay.
goal is, so that way we can say, the goal is to have a presentation about it, not, well, I thought about it one day, sort of thing.
Okay, so it's like complete a study and complete and present a study of revenue options and
Yeah,
alternatives.
I just as a wording to make it, so it's not like.
Okay, is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
And I think that's what you had me write on ours, right?
Yeah.
Present by end of year, yeah, okay.
But, you know,
But
the date's negotiable, but the idea
the
is.
date's negotiable, but
We,
yeah,
I think, I like it being more.
it was very about
Or we did not do it
how you did it.
when we meet next year.
And even if it's not an outside study, it's just staff working on, yeah, I like that a lot.
Okay, let's talk about some of these other ones. Make sure we've got clarity there. So for staff, is this clear? Any additional direction? You've got some ideas there on things that would be included in the study? Yeah, you see head nods, okay. Then we have 1.3 remove, 1.4 remove. So.
We put that because they're done, basically.
Yeah. The mid fiscal year joint budget committee, which you guys did.
It's just kind of policy now, we're gonna do that going forward, right?
Yeah.
So we don't need that as on the goal list.
Everybody good with removing that?
Kind of clutters
Okay.
the list.
All right, yeah. Okay, so 1.3 is a definite remove. Okay, yeah, complete.
Is that with the understanding that that will just be something that we will continue on an ongoing basis?
It's
of- yeah,
policy now, yeah.
Policy,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, and then, let's see, 1.4, prioritize and allocate ARPA funds. So this is mostly complete, right? What is this? This is transparency, continue of CIP team.
Capital improvement projects and capital
It's
planning.
what?
It's a different thought.
Oh, this is different. Okay,
Yeah, so up there at 1.1, it was revisit the city's policy for revenue levels to
No,
balance
reserve.
savings and spendings to meet community needs.
no, that was reserve levels, and that was about, if those who were on the council previously remember, your
And I guess that's a
your
new
reserve
thing.
policy, and it's this philosophical thing of like, what's the appropriate reserve level for the city? Like, how much should we be saving versus like, are we saving too much and should some of that be?
I think that's still a piece of work that needs to be done.
And isn't that 1.1?
That's
Yeah.
1.1.
Yeah, and that's why we put change revisit to present by or whatever we said.
Yeah,
Whatever.
it was ongoing, and then this group said, let's change it, revisit it to present to council, but
Yeah,
Jason,
so the
I was hearing some.
CIP, so it's the
That's a different idea.
capital improvement project list. There's a team that meets on a regular basis to just make sure that where those projects are at and are we staying on target budget wise.
Yeah, so I guess the numbers 1.1 and 1.4 can just should be changed to add. It's a new idea, right?
Yeah, essentially.
This is new.
But is that an internal,
Is this a council goal, though?
that's my question. That seems like that's an internal thing that
I think that's
Eileen in
just something
finance has
that-
created to keep us as directors financially
Yeah,
on
so-
track.
Well, I
So what I
think,
would ask council, I want you guys to think of it in these terms. What's the story of success you're trying to tell the community by adding this to the list? This does feel like very administrative. It feels kind of like a strange way to word a council goal. So tell me a little bit more about the outcome. Like, what are you telling to the community at the end of the year that indicates success in this area? Jason?
for me, this is a new thing. And we've been going out to the community to tell them that we have problems long-term with our finances. And the goal of this group internally is to create a game plan for how we're gonna make this all work as a city. And so the goal would be that the way I understand it is they're gonna be doing their work to balance the numbers, but we would be getting an update on how those numbers, we as a council would be getting an update on how those numbers are balancing, so that we can then go to the community and say, we've got a team on it, it's being taken care of.
And this is, and specifically related to infrastructure in the CIP. I just wanna clarify, because I heard you say it felt like you were talking about it more in general terms, but the way this is written, it's about the capital improvement plan. I see you.
Well, it's like, isn't it like parks and streets and it's all of it, isn't it? Like all of the future planning?
Jerry, save us from ourselves.
Jamie looks like she's
I was gonna say, it is about a lot of infrastructure through this process, through this team, is how we came up with the financial forecasting looking like it is not going to be as strong. And the reason we wanted to include that is that we're looking to find a way on how we're better presenting to the council the projects that we have going on and where we're at, specifically about that transparency point. So,
It's a budgeting thing.
it's
It's so that we can create proper budgets.
Tracy, what are you?
It feels like this is not really a council goal rather than an expectation of our city administrator to provide that as a report to us, like we get all our other bi-monthly reports and such.
Yeah.
I don't think it's actually a council goal.
Yeah, it
It's,
feels.
it's an expectation as us, your six bosses, to say, hey, we want this report from you. Does that make sense, council? Colleagues, do you agree? Okay.
Okay,
That's fine.
are you guys okay with that?
Take it off.
All right,
I'm good with whatever.
okay.
I just want that street
Well,
maintenance
be
fee
careful,
thing.
Jason, you might, as we get through this process, you might not be.
Well,
done
we
with
haven't
all
gotten
of
down to the street maintenance fee
Alright.
posted yet.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and cross this off for right now. We can always bring it back if we need to. Okay, are you guys okay with this change? The 1.1, the change revisit to present? And then, okay, there were a couple things here on this before we agree to that 1.1. This, you guys had 1.2, one of the groups had 1.2, separate this into separate action items and set deadlines. So that's about the city's fee
It's a
structure.
lot of gobbledygook.
Sunset the
Yeah.
park maintenance fee, provide direction on the street maintenance fee, and continue planning permit fee to address cost recovery. So it was about the city's fee structure, but there were several specific things that came up that the council wanted to be included in that, which is why we got written that way. So you could parse it up. I heard condense these two, and then I heard split it out.
The discussion in our group was that there was so many items in that one goal point that you could have completed one and not the rest, so we couldn't check it off, kind of. So that was kind of like, let's make it into a to-do list. But I don't know how.
Yeah, from a staff perspective, what makes sense for you guys? What direction do you need from the council on this, on the fee structure and system?
I think the fee structure and system should be on an ongoing, and it would be an ongoing thing. You should be reviewing the fee structure every year, actually. I think what I'm looking for direction is, what do you wanna do on a park? What is it called,
The park maintenance fee and the street
and the
maintenance
street
fee?
maintenance fee. We need direction on the
Maybe we change it
park
to
maintenance
just those
fee
two
and the street
items?
maintenance fee.
Because I don't remember why the fee structure, Brian, maybe you remember, I don't remember how that got on there last year, because we do review the fee structure like almost yearly, I think.
I think
And we
the point
approve
of
it.
that, if I remember correctly, was because we did it holistically. And I think the conversation was to try to be able to line item increases versus just a blanket increase.
Okay.
Because we felt like, you know, is that being level set well enough?
So if that piece of it, Jerry and Eileen and, you know, in your 6 weeks experience, Scott, do you feel like the fee structure is where it needs to be now, or do we need to put that as one of our goal items?
We need to put it as a goal, and we need to form a committee, and I'm ready to go on it.
Which one?
For street maintenance fee, and I recommend it for parks maintenance fee also.
Okay, well, what about the,
We're just talking about the general fee.
That's me.
what about the general fee structure that,
That would be an ongoing,
General-
every.
We
Yeah,
update
so
that yearly.
general fees in most cities, those are evaluated and updated
yeah, we look at
on
that
an
every
annual
year.
basis. Okay, so
So
let's
can we agree
take,
to remove
let's,
that off?
let's take that off. That is business as usual.
Yep.
Hold on, Jamie, let's finish this idea over here. Okay, so now we're talking about park maintenance and street maintenance.
Yep.
So,
I was ready to go last year with forming a committee to review the street maintenance fee. And have this committee go through all the information that we have and bring a recommendation to city council for what we do with it. And that's kind of, I don't know, I'm not saying we do that this year, that's kind of, I like the idea the year before, just because I had a good group, a committee picked out, and I have all the paperwork, the information ready to go.
I think Counselor Patton was on with that
I don't know if
idea
I'm
too,
gonna let
weren't
him on it or not, I haven't decided if I.
We'll see what happens.
you? No, you liked the idea, I said.
I'm ready to go.
So all we need is that work to be done.
Yep.
And to make a recommendation. How long will it take for you to do that?
If I started on it, got direction from you to get going on this, I could have it, you know, probably just in time for a new council coming in, you know.
okay,
But-
Jamie,
Hopefully not a new council.
Yeah,
Jamie, what do you
or-
wanna add? And then I saw Jason's hand.
I'll be very brief, and not to reopen with something that we kind of talked about tabling, but yes, the city does reevaluate its fee structure on a yearly basis. I was speaking with Scott Sassy, and he had mentioned, you know, a fee that hadn't been looked at or readdressed in some time. And so my recommendation might be actually to leave it on there for a one time of really doing a deep dive as we think about our financial forecasting, to really make sure that we're having our fees in general.
Why don't we put that down here in the revenue options to just explore, like, to make sure that fees are at the right level?
I would agree with that as well, because I think there's a whole host of that, you know, from grants, SDCs to going to council.
Closing a street has always been the same. I've been here 12 years. I'm not suggesting we raise that, but
There's some holistic, like,
Yeah.
reviews, not just incremental increases, you're right. Some of those require justification to, you know, because we either, on our fees, I believe the law is, it's either the average cost, which you look to other jurisdictions for, or the true cost, which you can only get by hiring a consultant to evaluate that from a formulaic perspective on fully cost burden rates that you'd end up doing. So that's, I think that does, back to the point, I think it does, it fits into that broad bucket, which I do think that and that includes the grant writer, in my opinion, as well, which would be part of that.
You guys, are you guys okay putting that down here? Of like looking at fees as part of this?
It's a lot of work for the finance guy.
That's like, what did I sign up for?
He's not doing anything anyway,
get that
right?
cot ready. You're gonna be living here, buddy. Thank you for giving me the time. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Scott, well, let's reality check with Scott for a second.
I can hear Scott second guessing himself now.
Is that realistic? So look at this stuff?
If you all think that that's realistic in one fiscal year, dream on. That's not gonna happen with all of the things that are, I mean, just finding a grant writer, that's gonna be a long period of time to find somebody to, you know, it's a very.
Well, just to clarify, I wasn't hearing like hire a grant writer, I was hearing like explore that as an option to like bring back to council information on.
What does the term explore mean in your minds?
Well, there's some implementation. I mean, first of all, I'll speak to the SDCs. My goal is to have a new SDC collectively for the entire city adopted, hopefully by this time next year. Because we're updating our transportation system plan, Jerry has stuff. A lot of these are dated. We're not collecting the fees that we should be collecting because the calculation for the costs are dated. Is essentially, so that would be on us. That would be like that's part of that bucket. I think the other parts are like to be determined by the council on some of those, but I think for sure SDCs are in that, and there may be other, grants out there that might end up being the director level and not on you, Scott, to do, but like we would search that out, but the idea of the grant writer would be a ubiquitous person that could like write a grant for everybody, but that would take time, I agree, if we decided to hire somebody to do that. I think it could be a 1 year, but with a caveat that we're not gonna accomplish every single item in 1 year. I mean, that would be with this bucket, I guess.
Jason.
So regarding the grant writer, part of the evaluation was, can we work a grant writer into our budget? And if we do, will they fund themselves? Will they be able to write enough grants to bring in enough funding to the city to pay for projects and essentially capture their cost as a grant writer? Okay, if memory serves me correctly, right? So that's specifically for the grant writer. As far as the street maintenance fee goes, I will die on this sword. I am not comfortable in saying the street maintenance thing is gonna get done, because I have been going on about having the street maintenance fee looked at before I was for the last 10 years, and it has never been done. It needs to be done.
I'm ready.
All right. Yeah, Todd.
Why does this fall on the finance department?
Yeah.
I mean, the review of the fees, you've got STC fees, which falls in the planning department, you got street fees and park fees that fall on public works. So why would Scott's department be saddled with doing all this when it really is a department by department?
Well, I think it would be, I think the whole leadership team would be saddled with it, but somebody would have to like organize the effort.
I think that could be done per department head, right? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you could organize the SDCs, you can organize parks and streets.
Well, like, right now, I don't think we need to get into the administration of it.
Yeah.
Is this the right outcome? Is this what the council's looking for and directing? And then as staff, you guys can figure that out later. We're getting into the weeds here.
Parks and streets seem to be high on a priority. If we wanted
Yeah.
to pull that away from the rest of the issues, at least I think if I'm reading the council right, that would probably be what council would want is revisit the street fees basically and the park fees.
Okay.
I guess my
Yes.
point, Sarah, was you're continually bringing stuff down into this one financial stability bucket. And that's continually growing, but then we haven't even gotten to the other four.
Well, it's presenting
My
us.
concern is that that's where it's gonna be. your
Presenting a
bucket's gonna-
study on revenue options. So I can just tell you from experience of like just saying we want a grant writer and hearing you guys talk about positions, like sometimes it makes sense to hire a grant writer and you could put that as an ad package for your budget. But they don't always pay for themselves and it's not all it pans out to be. Jim's shaking his head, yeah, like I haven't seen it work that well in cities of this size. Sometimes you can contract for grant writing services and you're gonna get more specialized tailored services and I've seen those pay for themselves. So I just think, but what staff could present you and your budget process is the cost of doing that. Here's what it costs, here's what you get. You can vote it up or down.
That was
As part of a revenue generating option. That's why I was throwing it in that bucket. It's not like, should we hire a grant writer and it should be decided today? It's like, it's a revenue option that you have to weigh the cost of doing that and decide whether or not you're gonna create a policy decision to resource it in your budget.
And that's what we meant by explore, just what are the options and how much would they cost?
Just real quick to add to that, what Todd said, we got two things here. One is like the SDC updates and all that stuff. You guys pay us to figure that out and review it. Parks maintenance fee and street maintenance fees and all that is a council decision. I don't know, and that's where I kind of think it separates itself. Does that make sense or am I? Okay.
And I think the exploration, not to get too far in the weeds, could even be a consultant that does, because Eileen and I have actually had recent experience where there's consultants that do that on contract. This is your ubiquitous, all the grants you could go after, which might be a more cost-effective way than hiring somebody as well. So I think that's part of the exploratory piece in my mind as well. Yeah.
That's what we do, Don.
Yeah.
Okay. So we would have 1.1, leave that and change it to revisit and present to the council about the reserve policy. 1.2 would be to take out the evaluation of the city's fee structure. You guys could do this as part of your revenue options, the work here. 1.3, we're removing that. And then 1.4, we're removing that. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Got it, Ashley? Ashley's got it. Okay. The notes look crazy, but we got it. Okay. You guys ready to move on? Jason, you're shaking your head.
I just think the street maintenance fee is now being
I agree.
buried right where
Oh, I'm sorry.
DEI
Thank you.
was.
I agree.
I'm sorry, thank you. We needed to call out street maintenance fee in parks. That was what we were missing. Okay. All right, so that'll be a separate thing.
Is that a?
So are you guys okay with adding a separate, pulling that out and adding a separate one?
Well, that was why we wanted to separate them into separate
Yeah,
action items.
sorry, I
Yeah.
missed that. I didn't recap it correctly, and Jason's head shaking got me. Thank you.
And regarding
We're
the,
removing the fee structure and we're separating so that the language would be, we're evaluating the park maintenance fee and street maintenance fee? Is that correct?
so the park maintenance fee, and this is something that we had mentioned, our thing, in number 4, there's a whole section about educate the council on funding mechanisms, financing options for parks and recreation development and ongoing maintenance. To us, it seemed like it made sense to move that park maintenance fee discussion into this larger discussion about parks funding in general, rather than leaving
I
it
see,
here.
you wanna put it over here.
Oh, that's a good
And
idea.
street maintenance fee could be at transportation.
Yeah,
Okay, do you guys wanna do that?
Or something
That
along
would be
those
fine too.
that'd be easier. That's a good idea.
Okay, let's put some notes in.
Try and offload the budget too.
Sarah, there was one other thing I just want to follow up before you move out of financial.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did we talk about revisiting franchise fees?
It's down here.
Okay, thanks.
Good memory on that.
I forgot, I know we,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's down under the
It's a
ad,
thing.
exploring other revenue, yeah.
I want to make sure that I understand, because we have a park maintenance fee. Is the issue on the park maintenance fee removing the sunset?
no, I think
Or
it's
is
just
it-
like seeing if we want to raise it or lower it, or
Okay.
we have to have it to continue.
It's a flat, or no, that's the.
It's inflation based, but do we want to revisit it to see if we want to raise it? Do we want to, leave it the same? I mean, I think it goes with Parks Advisory too. It's been an ongoing thing, Eileen.
So part of the
Didn't
history,
answer my question.
Well, it's,
Last
do we
year,
want to leave it
last year, the
alone?
conversation was to sunset it.
Yeah.
Right.
Consider sunsetting it. I'm not hearing that this year. That you guys don't wanna sunset it, but you do wanna evaluate it to
What-
see where if it's
Jim,
at the right
The
level.
last I recall
Wasn't
that
a sunset
the
in the
decision
plan?
was made to sunset it after 5 years.
well,
The question I have is, does it need to be revisited and sunsetted, or are those two different issues?
It needs to be revisited to see if we're gonna raise it, lower it, or sunset it. And Jim's
Okay.
agreeing.
Okay, revisit it, lower it, or sunset it. Jason, what's your,
I think this park maintenance fee, so part of the history is the park maintenance fee was created. There was a council, the original council made it a 5-year thing. Then a council a couple of years ago said, no, we need the funding permanent, so we're gonna remove the sunset, it's gonna be a permanent fee. Then a new council came in, they decided they were gonna put the sunset back in. So there's really not stability within that fee that the parks
That's
folks
a good way to
need.
put it.
Right.
So by putting the park maintenance fee in this larger conversation about about park funding, if there is a larger way to fund the parks, maybe there doesn't need to be a fee. If maybe the fee needs to stay but reduced to capture people
it
who
needs to be
aren't-
part of the bigger picture
Exactly.
conversation.
Okay.
Big picture conversation,
Yeah.
okay.
Tied with
All right.
revenue.
It was in the Parks Master
So
Plan.
specific to the
sunset it.
park maintenance fee, we're gonna move it to goal 4. And we're gonna revisit it, talk about lowering it, sunsetting it, and how it fits into the big picture of funding parks in Canby.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Ashley's got it. She's good. Okay. All right, now are we ready to move? Good. Okay, let's go to community growth. This is a big one. I'm just gonna probably capture your Post-its over here. Let's start with Jason's group. What'd you guys have for?
So
Community
so 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, and 9 were, 2.2 is remove. 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, and 9 are keep,
Okay,
because they're ongoing, and then we
Okay.
put, so do you wanna just take them one by one, or do you want all my these Post-it notes?
yeah, just give them, let's,
Okay.
Go. You ran out of
We
sticky.
have,
I'll get some tape for that one.
2.6, refine and do something along the lines of finalize the exit strategy for the URD.
Okay.
And then 2 point whatever, strategize for moving staff and other like
Materials
and services for the URD or to the general fund.
Okay,
That's good.
okay,
You gotta understand that.
Yeah, exactly.
all right.
And
So
that
two
kind of
point six
Parks
is
maintenance fee,
refine, and then and as part of that, like, do that strategizing.
She put tape on it.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Great. Anybody have questions for that group? Next group, Marissa.
We essentially said the same thing.
Same thing? Yeah. Oh, good. That's easy. Maybe this one won't be as challenging. Okay, go up. What? It just doesn't like that spot.
Maybe it's the paper doesn't like.
It's got this adhesive from the back of the previous, that's it, that's what it doesn't like. Okay, what do you guys have?
Okay, we're a little more complicated, but not too bad.
You guys had removed 2.2.
2.2 and 2.2 was removed, so
Okay.
that's the same. 2.1, it was actually Dawn that suggested it, which is good. Add the housing production strategy to 2.1, then we can remove 2.5.
Okay.
And then 2.3 and 4, add completion dates.
Okay.
2.6, set deadline. 2.9, present at budget meeting. And then, Daniel, you can explain this one.
And then
Add the civic engagement
I thought
academy.
that was gonna be for the engagement and communication one.
does this one go over here?
That is 2.2.
No.
No.
Community growth, wasn't it?
No.
Community growth, this is
Well, it could be in
civic.
the same place, like.
We talked about it under 2, that's why I was wondering.
This one would go, it would really fit better.
Fit better over there? Okay, then we can talk about it over there.
Okay.
But that's when we talked about it, was under 2.
All right, so let's just get some clarity on here. You guys had continued 2.1 to 2.5, and the other groups had 2.2 remove it. Which is, let me scroll up here.
We agree with removing 2.2, it's done, it's complete.
Okay, all right, we can
Yeah.
complete that. All right, so remove 2.2. And then 2.1 to 2.5, the other ones are all continued.
And
Right, but if we
Except
put,
on 2.1, this group wants to add the housing production strategy.
Yeah, and we're removing 2.5 with that change, so 2.5
Okay.
comes off because it,
Being combined, yeah.
Yeah,
just combining too much,
are you guys all okay with that?
Daniel was
That
about
makes
making the
sense?
list shorter.
Yeah, okay.
It's a friendly
All right.
amendment, yes.
Friendly amendment,
Yes.
okay, good,
So is
so,
it a remove
so
2.5 or is it a
yeah,
combine?
2.5
So remove
remove, and
2.5
then
and then-
2.1, add the housing production strategy to that. Okay, got it. All right, then we have 2.6. 2.6, there's a refinement for this one, finalize the exit strategy of the urban renewal district. And then strategize for moving staff, materials and services to the general fund.
So those probably could be combined or treated separately, that's for the conversation, but the idea being is that we have staff salaries in the urban renewal district. So once that closes, the general fund is gonna pick up those salaries as well as whatever materials and services have been in the urban renewal district. So we just gotta understand what is that financial impact gonna be on the general fund?
Okay, so staff hearing this, does that make sense to you? Does it make sense to have them together, separate? Does it matter?
Doesn't matter to me.
Doesn't matter? Jason?
I think another part of the strategy, and this is at least one of my thoughts on it, is by wording it in as, finalize the completion of the URD. There is a lot of talk as to, is it gonna close, is it gonna sunset, is it not gonna sunset, what's people's opinion? This memorializes it, right, in our goals, to say that the goal is to sunset it, and then where we go to from there is something different.
Does anybody on council object to that? Any additional discussion? Okay, you got it.
That's for 2.6, I'm not.
2.6, and then there would be an added one with this strategize the moving the staff materials and services from the URD to the general
Oh,
fund.
so how is 2.6 changed then?
So 2.6 is instead of like coordinate a workshop, it's finalize the exit strategy of the urban renewal
And
district.
then we had set a deadline for that.
Well, the deadlines.
The deadline is baked into the plan.
The deadline will, staff, when we do the work with them, as far as like proposing timelines for these things based on available resources, they'll add that in there, and then you can push back on that if it doesn't feel accurate.
So finalizing the completion is the new piece, and then 2.6 is finalizing an exit strategy.
Okay. All right, then we have, did we miss anything else? And then 2.9 is present at budget meeting. So conduct the assessment and present it at the budget meeting, so just a clarification for that one. Okay, how do you guys feel about that one? Good?
Good.
Ready to move to the next? What do we have? For goal 3. Let's start with Marissa's group this time.
He said,
Rotation.
continue 3.2 and focus on Pine Street,
Okay.
and then we have a new goal of.
All right, so continue 3.2, the county road one. Focus on Pine Street,
North Pine.
North Pine.
Yep.
North Pine. Okay, and then a new goal here, revisit the downtown master parking plan. How do you guys feel about that one? You like it?
Let that one.
Yeah?
The two old guys.
I'm not seeing any dissent on that one. You guys are okay with adding that? Staff direction, or staff questions or
I think
clarification?
parking downtown needs to be somewhat addressed because
Economic issue.
for my own selfish reasons, I have a business downtown and parking is difficult sometimes.
Okay. All right, and then on this one, the street maintenance fee. What do you wanna, what's the goal, or like, what's the action here? What would be meaningful direction to staff? Somebody wanna propose something, Jerry?
I wanted to, bring together, for the council decide of what type of, we rate the streets on a rating.
Yeah,
Of what type of rating we wanna get to, a goal to get to,
what's your goal PCI?
100.
Yeah.
And that we're at a 70 or something now. And so it's just money going up. So just to have the council establish.
I think you're being generous.
And then understand, well, okay, so how you might craft this action, and let me just throw something out for time's sake, is establish your level of service for your streets, and then set your maintenance fee accordingly.
Yep, that's exactly what I would prefer. Jason?
Love it.
Yep. Wow.
Council, we good? I just need some head nodding,
Yes.
or like that.
Conversation needs to happen.
Okay, all right, so Ashley, you got it? Level of service?
Yep, I have it. That's parks, but probably the same discussion.
Oh,
That's the
well,
wrong
okay.
one, yeah.
Thank you. I'm just ready to move on. I'm just moving on without even telling you guys. Okay, so it's the same.
Yeah, I think it's probably the same discussion.
Okay, but let's make sure. So are we good then for the rest of these? This is TSP underway, 3.2. We're gonna continue it, focus on North Pine
Brian
Street.
has one from that group.
Oh, I'm sorry. we
No,
haven't even
ours,
done on the
ours was just keep 1 and 3.
Okay, all right.
1 and
we're good. You guys are good? Okay.
We didn't write one because we're like, well, they're ongoing, so we didn't even
Okay.
do it.
All right, so transportation, we're good with this goal area, still relevant, okay. Parks and Recreation, 4.1, you guys it's ongoing, you're talking about a potential district. 4.2 is ongoing, and then we need to talk about the park maintenance fee. So what post-its do we have for this one?
We didn't add any.
None, okay.
We have a few. Okay,
Okay.
here's one. You can read those out.
Look at funding and land for the sports complex.
This is just what my group said.
Okay.
I don't know anything about this.
I'm wondering who that could have been.
So
right.
Jim came preloaded.
Look at funding.
Put the two old guys in the same group.
Okay, so all right, listen up, you guys gotta pay attention. Look at funding and land for the sports complex. What to do with the Traverso property, is that right? Did I say that right? Okay, and then we have, pedestrian and ADA access to community park. And then we have acquisition of Ackerman complex and properties. Is this all stuff in your parks master plan?
Yeah.
Have you guys
Well, no,
prioritized?
not the pedestrian walkway down to community park is not.
Down to community park, what do you?
You don't have that, you don't have pedestrian access?
There's no pedestrian walkway down there.
Like, are you talking about like a sidewalk or something?
Something.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm just wondering if these are things that come up in your capital improvement plan that you would prioritize through that budget exercise.
Rather than a council goal things, I would mean.
Yeah, I mean, you could prioritize it as a council goal. I would say this one feels pretty significant. The sports complex one, like that feels above and beyond, but some of this other stuff feels a little bit like stuff that you might prioritize through a CIP process.
Well, the Ackerman complex one is now that we have Eileen on board and we have a very cooperative partner in the school district superintendent, is just, if we put a placeholder there for Eileen to be able to talk to the superintendent, of the interest, because we own the property up there, or we don't own the property, we own the buildings, okay? Even the aquatic center and then the adult center and stuff. We need to fix that.
You guys own the buildings, but you lease the property? Is that what I
We
understand?
don't own the dirt.
Got
We
it.
don't own the dirt, so we gotta fix that, so that if we wanna build a new aquatic center or, adult center or something, we gotta fix that.
Jason, and then I saw Jamie's hand.
I was just wiping
Oh,
my
you're
face.
just wiping your face. Okay, so Jason, then Tracy.
So, I think we need to be careful with that bottom post-it note because, I think we've learned our lesson already on stuff like that. With and I know this is a raw topic, but the sports complex down at Malala River State Park. There was light discussion of the city of Canby possibly being able to take that over. And then all of a sudden, we had plans to build a gigantic multi-million sports complex on there, and it really steamed a bunch of people's clams. I would hate for us to have something like that baked into our goals that could cause consternation with the school district. It's I think as far as, yes, I agree that trying to figure out what we do with those buildings on that property is something that's important. But purchasing the entire school district, like that, all that building and all that land should be something that's part of like the larger future plans of like the park system. Whereas whether we move those buildings, like we identify through this plan that we're gonna build, a sports complex somewhere else and then the pool gets moved to there, or the adult center, cause there was talk about with the adult center, if we abandon that building, we need to build a building for that same purpose elsewhere, otherwise we have to pay back all those community block grants. And so I think that's part of that larger discussion of what that parks plan is.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jace, but I think it goes into the comp plan too, as we update the comp plan and stuff like that, because I know through the community, we've been talking about those issues too.
Yeah.
Okay, Tracy had her.
I think we can just change the verbiage on that, and that way we don't lose the idea. To just maybe plan for the future of the swim center. And then we could still have that discussion you're talking about, Jen, but with the school district again. Because the former administrator, Mr. Archer and I met with the school board, the chair and vice chair at the time. Well, the school board's changed quite a bit in the last year, so I think that we could revisit that conversation and they might be more open to some kind of an arrangement other than the lease that we have. I mean, the school board makeup changed drastically, and so I think that it's worthy conversation. But I also hear Councilor Patton in that we don't really want to bake those words into the goals. Just change the verbiage to plan for the future of the adult center and swim center.
I agree.
Council, the rest of you, I just need some. How do you?
Personally, I don't
Yeah.
like that goal, not because I don't like that concept, but plan for the future of is just such a vague thing that, yeah, I don't think it makes a good goal to word it that way.
You guys could parking lot it and just,
I mean,
could be out
I
there
don't
for a
mind doing
conversation.
that, I just saying, as a goal, I just.
It doesn't
pet
feel
peeve of mine
tangible.
Doesn't reachable,
He likes
tangible, measurable.
deadlines.
I like measurable goals that we can find out whether we did it or not.
I think parking lot is a good idea, but then it allows Eileen the opportunity when she has the opportunity to discuss that with the superintendent.
Like, it's not a time sensitive thing, but if the opportunity came up for Eileen to have that conversation, then
Right.
it's out there and she knows the council's interested in it.
Right.
You guys, Scott, do you have a
Well,
weigh in on this one?
we've talked about this forever. I mean, this went back to Deborah Summers, that far back. So I think this is the best chance with Dr. Downs. We can either start the process, or they're just gonna say no, and it's gonna be, we're never gonna talk about it again. But I think we have to press the issue this time, yes or no, do it respectively, but we either need to know where we get, because the life, they're ready to go, they have money to improve, but they don't wanna do it until they own the ground. The adult center, the same thing. I think now's the time to do it, yes or no?
Yeah, we did it with Dr. Downs before. I think he was pretty receptive, but the school board said no. But we have a new school board now. And as far as baking it into our goals, we just did because we're on tape, so.
Perhaps something along the lines of develop short-term or long-term strategy for pool and adult center.
Adult center?
So
How do you
that
feel about that,
way-
Daniel?
It's baked in there, but it gives a clear and definitive thing. We're going to develop a strategy. Short-term strategy is, can we purchase the property? If in a year we find out that that's not the case, then the long-term strategy is in 5 years, we'll be able to build it elsewhere.
Well, it's fine, I mean, it's not like I'm opposed to it like at any
Yeah.
disco level, I just have a pet peeve with goals that are vague and undefined. But if you wanna leave one, it sounds undefined or not, you know, it just sounds like, as a goal, it just doesn't sound like a category of a goal, it's more like a,
It's not a SMART goal. Yeah.
yeah, it's more of a
Well, if
wish,
you were-
Santa Claus, can you give me a property? And
In a year, you could have Eileen come back to you with a short-term and long-term strategy. Short-term, we had this conversation, that's not gonna happen, but here's a long-term strategy, here's some ideas we could pursue. And that is something she could bring back to the council and you could say it was complete. You guys okay with that?
Sure.
Okay. Short and long-term strategy. Okay, let's see, what about these other ones? Traverso property, pedestrian access.
Isn't Traverso property already in the master plan, Jim?
No, really, we haven't been addressing it in the parks master plan. No.
City property out of the city limits, out of the.
It's out of the city limits, but it's, yeah, we gotta do something with it.
So,
Is that a goal or is it a parking lot?
so it's not even in the park master plan?
No,
Well, God, we need to get it in there first.
oh, it's not even the city.
And we need to get it in there first.
Okay, let me just do it, it's getting late in the day, let me
think
do
it's
a
a
check
parking lot
with,
item.
let me do a check with council. Is this something you wanna see on the goal list or put it on the parking lot?
Parking lot.
Parking lot?
I think not as a goal, I mean, I would probably have discussions about it during the year, but not as a goal, I think.
Okay, parking lot?
Yeah.
You're okay with that?
Parking lot.
Parking lot.
Target.
Park it.
Park it, park the park.
All right, we're gonna park.
Take the wheels off, put it on those
I
lots.
don't have, I used my parking lot, so I'm just gonna put it by Ashley.
You will,
She'll put it in the official parking lot. She's got it, okay. Let's see, now pedestrian ADA access to community park.
CIP stuff.
This is in the CIP. You guys will get a chance to prioritize this as part of your budget process. So I'm gonna take it off.
Helps knowing that the council.
We'll put it in the parking lot to memorialize that you talked about it and that it's in the CIP.
Put it in the handicap spot.
Put it in the handicap spot.
Okay. So now we have.
We're getting rummy. It's a good thing we're almost done.
Now we have this one, number 4, the sports complex. Funding and land for the sports complex.
It's in
Huh?
it's in the park master. plan.
That's in the park master plan.
Not the funding and the land, though.
Yeah, we don't have land identified, we don't have funding identified.
So
Jason.
as far as our Post-it note goes for number 4, we figured all this stuff is ongoing, but I felt that it is only fair for some of the members of our group. Their concern is there should be no other options or plans for parks until the funding portion is answered. Because it will do all the best in the world to talk about adding all this land and adding all these parks, but unless you have funding for it, then why have the conversation?
You mean
So-
maintenance funding?
Huh?
You mean maintenance funding?
We're talking about all funding.
Because we have the
funding.
SDC, parks SDCs for development, but we
But
don't have.
we have determined that is not going to cut the mustard when it comes to adding all of this stuff in. So that was from our group.
Okay, Jim?
So that won't go over with Park and Rec Committee at all. In regards to stopping the funding for the projects that are currently going forward. And again, I think council needs to know what are the funding mechanisms to do the sports complex? We need to know what those are. We don't know what they are. It could be a new urban renewal area. It could be a lot of different things, right? In regards to being able to do that. But we need to know from staff, what are those funding mechanisms? Meanwhile, the projects for the Park and Rec Committee will continue.
I feel like this is all over the place. I'm looking at Eileen, like, what would be helpful? You guys have a recently completed Parks Master Plan. You have a park maintenance fee that you need to, again, kind of figure out how that fits into your big picture of whether or not what's your funding strategy long-term for your park system? You have a plan for improvements you wanna see in your park system, but you don't totally have a funding identified.
Park maintenance fee is over here. The park impact fees are over here. So the impact fees, we already.
The
received money.
SDCs, you mean,
The SDCs, you get that money and that's what's funding
development.
the development of the projects, Maple Street Park and all those. Those,
Okay.
that funding's already identified.
But it doesn't cover property acquisition.
No, not at this point.
Well, the big problem is that, for instance, with Maple Street Park and the turf.
I know, it's just like that.
And this sports complex, I'm assuming that in those designs, it's all turf, right? That turf only lasts 8 years, 8 to 12 years. And then we can't use SDC funds to replace all that turf, so it's gotta come from the general fund. And we can't use SDC funds to dispose all of that turf. And so the bigger question is if we're gonna bring on these things, where does that long-term sustainable funding? I'm not opposed to any of the projects. I just am in agreement with Scott, right? I got the name and drilled in, that if we're gonna do these things, we gotta find the funding for it before it's put in.
So let's separate this thought about the district. So short term, there seems to be good support for for figuring out this park maintenance fee of like level of service, level of maintenance, and like how you're gonna fund it.
One more thing to add to that, I believe why we went to the sunset is when the URD sunsets, we might entertain taking some of that extra general fund towards that too. That's why we were gonna revisit that.
Okay.
Does that make sense? No.
So are you guys okay with revisiting the park maintenance fee and evaluating levels of service and and how to align the park maintenance fee accordingly?
Yeah.
Okay, you got that one, Ashley?
Yep.
Okay, so then you have 4.2 is ongoing. And then as far as this one, 4.1, which is the funding mechanisms options. So ongoing maintenance, we already talked about that, but for land acquisition and development.
So
Does that still feel relevant, just ongoing?
I'm thinking it's like the park maintenance fee thing is actually part of 4.1. Because 4.1 is educate the council on funding mechanisms, financing options for parks and recreation development and ongoing maintenance. So that's why I was kind of thinking that like park maintenance fee, that went under 4.1.
Staff, what would be helpful? From a staff perspective, what makes sense?
Well,
You guys have to implement this stuff.
Discussion, but it feels to me like what we need to do is we need to be focused on what does it cost? Before we do any acquisition of park land, do we have enough revenue to even maintain what we have? And I don't sense that we have a good level of service standard for park maintenance here in the city. And I think there are other places that you can go to look and find out what a good level of service funding is.
Recapping that, feels like that's a short-term thing.
Okay.
Yes or no? Park maintenance is like an immediate thing, like it's something
It's
that
an
needs to be
immediate
addressed in the
thing,
short term.
and if I'm still hearing that there's interest in sunsetting the park maintenance fee, then I'm very concerned about any of this discussion about acquiring additional land for a sports complex or Ackerman or anything outside of the urban growth boundary, if there's still interest on the council's part in terms of sunsetting, because if you're gonna sunset that park maintenance fee, then you have no money to operate a park system. I want you to kind of to just sit on that for a minute. If you sunset your park maintenance fee, you have no money to operate your park system.
Right.
Let's
Jason's hand and then Jim.
So what I think needs to be added into this park maintenance fee and all this stuff is also and we've talked about it before, but I think it might be time to elevate it to really a goal or memorialize it in here, is redoing the park district. Because we have a parks district that is set up as a taxing district that the citizens approved, but they never approved its ability to tax. And part of the problem is that most of the district encompasses rural parts of the town that have no interest in supporting parks. The data has shown that if it was just, if you were to redraw those lines so it was the urban growth boundary, it would normally pass. But as soon as you incorporate the bigger district, it fails. So to me, park maintenance fee, redoing that, like creating the district, that is all one larger like funding conversation. If we can get that, then maybe the park maintenance fee can sunset. If we don't get that, then we need to keep the park maintenance fee, and how do we make that work to create a level of service is how that really should work.
And that's been the crux of that conversation for the last.
For 30 years.
So, yes, Jim, well, I just want to summarize what I'm hearing, because again, we haven't even touched this goal. And we're almost to the end. So you guys, what I'm hearing is that feels like a big conversation. That's a longer term thing that you're probably not gonna solve in a year. I think it's probably a good idea to put it on your goal list, but the park maintenance thing, what I'm kind of hearing from Eileen feels a little more immediate. Is it a shorter term thing, or you guys have a fee and it's okay for now, but you should look at it? Or could you look at it at longer term?
When does that fee sunset? That would probably also, 4 more years?
Oh, so you
4
have
years.
time, so you have some time.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right, so then maybe it's fine to capture it as one big goal of like evaluate the financial sustainability of funding your park system.
Yes.
That's a better goal.
That's a
Okay.
better.
That's a better goal.
Did you get that, Ashley? I don't think I could say it again.
It's getting late.
Ashley, you're crushing it over there.
Ashley's crushing it. Her listening skills are so solid. Okay, all right, so that takes care of 4.1. That takes care of this park maintenance fee. And ultimately, it would take care of this, right? Okay,
It's 2 times.
okay.
And we take care of the,
And it takes care of
Yeah,
this one.
take care of that too. It's kind of.
I believe Jim still had a comment on that one.
That's all right.
on which one?
On that
That's
last
all right. I'm
go.
getting used to being shut down.
Oh, say it, Jim.
Yeah, say it.
It's a safe.
Safe space.
Safe space.
Safe space.
Okay, well, no, it's scary how Jason and I are starting to think alike. This is really gonna give me a nightmare. But, the Park and Rec Committee has been discussing on a regular basis a parks district. They already brought the boundaries in.
Okay.
Okay, so that's already being looked at. And so I would say that we continue to study that as a parks district, because that brings the funding mechanism
All in there.
all into that, from park maintenance, personnel, and everything else, you know.
So the way we stated it, are you okay with that?
Well, I think be specific in regards to the fact that, looking at a park maintenance or a park district.
That's a long conversation. I agree we
It
need to
is.
have it, but, because I have thoughts on it too, but
Recreation.
it's,
A
we
recreational
just,
district.
leave it as the goal like it is, and we need to have
Yes.
a work session
Okay.
about that.
That
Right.
makes sense.
You
yeah.
guys are gonna get a chance to look at this language, and if we didn't get it right, you can tell us. But I think we've got enough to work with. Okay. You guys have the energy to push through the last one?
Let's just get her done.
Let's get it done. Okay, so engagement and communication, what do we have? Where are our proposals?
So you can start with group 3. We never got to this one.
Okay, group 3 didn't get it.
Okay,
why that
I'd
was.
like to
We
just
didn't get to that.
present the engagement plan to city council and set a deadline to do that.
Okay,
So that'll help.
5.3, 5.2, we can do 5.4 remove, because it's kind of dead in the water. 5.5, set a deadline date. 5.6, remove because it's done, and 7, remove because it's done. There we go, that was easy. Oh, an ad, we had an ad.
yes, and add.
Add a report and issue button to the website is a possible idea.
Okay, I
Like,
think that's.
oh, there's a stop sign run over or something like that.
Okay, that's kind of administrative, so I'm just gonna pass this to, who wants this, staff? I'll put it in the
It's Jamie, she's the
Yeah, I
website.
was like, if it's website, I'll take it.
That doesn't.
I'll delegate to Todd.
There you go, Daniel, there you go.
5.6, remove,
This is
that's
idea.
done, and 5.7, remove. And then you guys had add the Civic Academy for engagement. Okay, what else do we have? What the other group, Marissa?
We basically just said to continue these issues we're going to focus on. Some of the other
Continue
ones.
5.1, 5.5, and 5.7. So this is, was there anything different? 5.5, yes.
We had removed 5.7.
5.1, yes. 5.7, they said remove, you guys said continue. 5.7
Oh,
is.
5.7, we were talking about, it was basically put on there by counselors who aren't on the council anymore, and I honestly couldn't remember why it was there. A subcommittee to update we were gonna have a subcommittee to update our council policies. I don't remember what that was about, do you remember?
Yeah, this was one,
I think that was a Greg and Sarah idea, but I don't remember
No,
for
Greg and
sure.
Sarah weren't on the city
No.
council last year.
Was it last year or the year before that was on there?
This was last year.
Was it last year's? Okay, well, I don't remember why it was on
This
there.
had to do with our policies and procedures. So like one of the things that we could talk about now that I would like to see as a priority is, I think the way that we did the council appointment the last time, and that process went very well. And I think that should be memorialized in our policies and procedures for future councils.
Wouldn't that just be a
Talking about
work
like our
session for all of us to talk
interviewing
about?
Eileen, there was another thing that came up that you guys, in our conversations ahead of this, that there was a
I think it was that.
It was that, oh, okay, it was that, all right, that covers it.
Yeah, so I think we can, unless there's any other changes to your policies and procedures, we can make that change and bring it back and be done this fiscal year.
Is it important to have it on the council goals?
I would,
Just put it on there?
Yeah.
All right, staff has
are there other
direction.
things that could be reviewed to make sure they're up to date and stuff in those? I think I think this encompasses like, I would like to see this particular thing, when we do the priority setting thing, moved up the priority list.
Yeah,
Because I think it's an easy lift, we
Okay.
just gotta do it.
I
I
suspect
think,
once
especially
you-
since the council has changed
Right.
quite a bit since last year, maybe rather than a subcommittee, we just all review the policies.
Yeah, we can
And
make
bring
that
our
a work
ideas
session.
to a work session.
So let's refine it to, we don't need a subcommittee, refine it to, just update the.
Update policies.
Update council.
Update
Review and
council-
update, yeah.
Review and update
By
the
a work
council
session?
policies and guidelines by, and we'll give it a date. And you guys will do it in a work session. We'll make sure it's worded very specifically. With the note that part of the review is the board and the appointment process, right? Okay. Ashley's got it all. She's smiling, nodding, she's got it. Okay. How does everybody feel about this, this adding the Civic Academy for engagement? Is there support for this year?
I'd like to do that.
Yep, I'm in.
Scott, you in?
Sure.
Herman?
Yeah.
That
Brian?
didn't sound very enthused.
Yeah, I mean, we've had something similar as a goal in previous years, and we never got any traction on it.
Okay,
So that's my only hesitation. Again, the reason it fell off was, again, it's what's the bandwidth of city staff? As we look at everything we've just talked about today, there is that piece of what is the bandwidth that staff has available?
yeah.
And so something like that, to me, as great as it is, it's an added piece that, I think potentially adds some additional staff time in terms of preparing for that or having that come together or whatever.
Well,
So unless
So do we parking lot it till next year? Is that what you're thinking, or?
So a couple options, you could parking lot it, you could, if there's, there's a lot of support around the table for it, from what I've heard so far. But what I would recommend, because you guys do have quite a few actions on here, is to do like a prioritization survey to give staff some data points on how you would prioritize these actions, so that they can give you some realistic timelines, because implementation's probably not gonna all happen in 1 year. You're probably gonna have to space it out over a couple years. Okay?
I'm a green guy, so I'm in the process. And since I'm a green guy, just point out that something like we have as goals is get this thing done. And once we get it done, we check it off and do the next thing and do it like everybody else. But some things, this kind of thing improves the process of getting, so it's not gonna give a short-term benefit. I think it gives a lot of long-term benefit because it increases the pool of volunteers, it increases the people who are functionally able to engage with the city at a level that's effective. Whereas, like I say, the average person out there, I just had to, the other day from a meeting, say, they wanted something done, I had to explain to them, well, that's county, not city. And basically, by getting that education up there, you actually maybe increase the number of people available to volunteer. That's why I like the idea as a long-term, but like I say, short-term, yeah, somebody might have to, I mean, they're all on salary, right?
Well, it gets to the point, I think, that Scott was making earlier about how do you build the leadership pipeline? And this is a really good way to help do that. Jason?
I think we have, I don't think putting this one in a parking lot is wise. I agree that this is something that should be on the list, but it might just not be towards the top of it, right? I mean, there's some priorities that are 1 to 2 years, there's some that are 4 to 5. I mean, there's things that are on this goals list that were carried over from 3 councils ago. So this might be one of those things.
Or 2017.
Yeah, sometimes the work.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes the work gets phased over time, so maybe there's some research that's done this year on how you might start the lift, and maybe the implementation and the budget allocation doesn't come until the next year, once you have some more information, so there's lots of ways to phase it, but again, I would recommend prioritization. So all that said, is there any you guys okay with leaving it? Anybody? Okay, all right, I see a majority, so, all right, are you guys okay with the rest of the changes? Did we miss anything in the school area? Ashley, did we were there any that were left? Any ambiguity? Okay. You just double check.
I think the
Eileen?
only thing that is or hasn't been discussed is the Oregon Pacific Railroad request.
Yeah, Eileen had a list of items that she's been collecting from you all that were items of interest, and so we've checked, I think, all the boxes except for that one. Right. Is there any interest on?
So this was, as you'll recall, council, the other night, the Oregon Pacific Railroad came to you and asked for $100,000 to contribute to a grant. Jamie?
They would like to apply for a grant through the Federal Transportation Authority, I believe. It is upcoming. The original request was that the city would cover 20% of the fence, which is something like 5,000 linear feet, I believe. And it was originally about $40,000. We met with them, staff met with them, so Jerry Nelzine, George Tro, Eileen, and myself. At that time, they expressed that they're interested in having the city pay $100,000 towards their efforts. If they want to do, in addition to a fence, they want to do some infrastructure stuff, so their cost is bigger.
So they want more than $100,000?
No, well, they want $100,000. I think it was more than the matching,
Yeah.
it's more than the matching for the $200,000 of the fence, I should say.
So it was lower before and now it's more.
Correct.
Yeah. So frankly, I you know, for expedience purposes that night, I just said, let's discuss in council goal setting rather than trying to solve that problem right there and then. So here we are, in council
Jen?
goal setting.
Jim, here we are. What do you got?
I wouldn't walk that entire area. I walk that quite a bit, and that's a long ways. I mean, it's a long ways, and based upon what's been done to our fence at Community Park and all around the area, then we're gonna have ongoing repairs on a regular basis, but I'm not interested in doing it.
Okay. Others from the council interested or not interested? Jamie, was there
I was just
additional
gonna say, and
context?
one thing to consider, which is not something that has been, obviously, nothing has been decided or talked about, but if the city is paying in part for a fence, does that fence then go on city property or does it go on the railroad property? And, you know, what kind of implications that has on maintenance, like you're saying? You know, does that solve the problem of people accessing the rail or accessing the rail cars? So there's a lot of, definitely a lot of pieces to that.
Do we not run into an issue also, I mean, cause Baker Prairie's right there too. I mean, is that, again, fence, where's the fence line gonna fall? Where does the school district's property butt up against us and or the railroad?
There stops right there, Brian, at the, where the asphalt is.
Okay.
Then it's city down to the railroad property.
Okay. Interesting.
Council, you guys wanna, is this something you're interested in adding to your list? No.
Well, I'm getting that this is not something that we want to.
I don't think it's really a council
Goal list is more of a.
This is like a way of schnoogling this council conversation into an existing agenda is kind of what
I think it's an agenda item that comes to us and that.
Okay,
And Eileen and I can.
all right.
Yeah.
factor
You guys
that in here.
can
Should be
deal with
more
this
of
at a
an
later
agenda
time. Okay, but we closed we checked it off. We said you'd bring it up, so
Are
is
you
there anything
comfortable
else?
with that?
Yeah.
Is
Okay.
there anything else on that list?
Parking, Cogeo, IT services, and then Recycle Plus program, I think we worked into revisiting our franchise fees.
Oh, the franchise fees.
Yeah.
Okay, that covers that.
Where do we get the parking? Where is that on there?
Parking is the
It's on there.
So I found out.
it's the downtown.
It's number
Our
3.
community growth.
Mr. Consent to them is tricky.
Our transportation.
Daniel's
The
gonna
bottom,
follow that
yeah.
one.
So Sarah, question regarding a couple of like parks things, so maybe Jim and Jerry can shed some light on this. You know, in terms of the like projects that the park advisory board and what's in the park master plan, was that 4.1 of those is that 4.2 just continuing on with the park master plan. What I'm specifically like,
Oh, the
again,
4.2, the ongoing one, that is. That is identifying plans for land acquisition for future park and athletic fields.
okay, and maybe, because again, like, I'm gonna say the dreaded two words that everyone wants to hear, and that's dog park.
It's on the list.
I know that it's in the master plan, is that like, okay,
Yeah, we are dealing with it.
okay.
We, Brian, the Parks Advisory Committee is figuring out how much money we have in SDCs, and they're working on updating the CIP for parks and bringing a recommendation for council adoption at
Okay.
budget time.
Another, and this has been out there for, I don't know, since I've been on the council. There was talk a while back that I think it's worth revisiting again is, and maybe it's not a council goal, but it's something for us to discuss, is the addition of an RV dump. Like just a dump site, so people can get rid of their RV stuff.
Do you guys wanna put it on the
I don't
parking
know if that's a
lot?
goal or if that's just an agenda item to talk about.
Do you guys wanna put it in the parking lot?
Place would be, yeah.
Or is this something,
RVs can go and empty their
parking lot?
receptacles.
Oh, gotcha. Gray water.
It could be,
Gray water.
I don't know,
Gotcha.
We
I
might,
don't know what that costs or like, is that a cost analysis? How long would it take for us to get it to be paid off, whatever? Again, kind of that service revenue.
We've wanted to do one for years, it's just never gets pushed forward.
All right, we'll park about it.
Parking lot, actually, will you add that to the parking lot, RV site?
Oh, it can help pay for the wastewater treatment.
Yeah, it'd be nice, Brian, to get a decision if the city's interested in one or not, though.
Okay, so a topic you guys can explore further. All right, how are you guys feeling about this? We've got still a little work to do on our end to refine this and get it back to you and maybe get get the stamp from council that this is in fact the right language, so we can work on that and then have you guys weigh in on some priorities. So I feel like we've got that follow-up step and then to circle back on a team agreement based on our earlier conversation. So we've probably got just a little bit more discussion time, not today. I'll work with Eileen to figure out a follow-up time for that. But all in all, how'd you feel about today's experience working with your team? Let's just go around and just do a quick check-in reflection. And you can't say tired. I know I'm tired too. It has been a long day, but I feel like the engagement's been really good from everybody throughout. I haven't seen anybody like yawning excessively, so that makes me feel encouraged. All right, let's start over with Dawn. Dawn, how are you feeling?
I feel really good. I thank you for, this is great, on this opportunity to talk with council, and the leadership here. I think in terms of like, from my perspective on this, I think, we talked a lot about trust today, and I felt like that was a really good trust building way to do this, is to, recognize that we process things differently, but essentially we have the same goals in the end. And so that's really powerful for me personally. And it's great just to have this opportunity to kind of offline without the pressure of like being at council with all the lights and the cameras and stuff. It's nice to have that opportunity to be a more casual setting. So I thank Eileen for her idea behind this. It was a great session.
All right, Jerry.
I'll just keep that. No, this was great. I appreciate being involved in this process.
Good. Scott?
Good, I'm just learning, I knew some stuff, now I know the ins and outs of it, so yeah, let's get it done.
Good. Maya?
Feel good. It's good to have the leadership team involved this round.
Good. Jason?
It was great. I think we showed progress on the goals. I think I'm very pleased.
Good.
There was some highs, there was some lows, but it all worked out in the end.
Good. I like it. Kevin, how are you feeling?
Don't change your mind.
Collaborative process, and I've only been at the city for 6 months, so also a lot of learning, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here as well.
All right, thanks, Kevin. Eileen?
I feel great. I know this feels very messy right now, but it will get cleaned up and you all will kind of go home and kind of think about what happened today and you will develop some more perspective. I'll be working next week with the leadership team and we'll, we'll continue to not modify, but refine this a little bit. I have some sense of what you're after. And so I feel very good about today, so thank you.
Good, you're welcome. Brian?
Yeah, I thought first off, I want to thank the department heads for taking your day and being here. I do think this was very beneficial to have all yours input on this because it is such a big deal and we don't have that. I think you guys gave us perspective because there's so much that we sit here and think that we can achieve and do, but then at the end of the day, we don't do any of the work, you all do. So we rely on you all to tell us, to Scott's credit, like being able to go, that is not gonna happen in this year, And that's fine. That's what, like I said at the beginning, don't be afraid to tell us, no, or not yet, or great, we'll put that under the 10+ year model for the goals. And so I think it's been good.
Good. George?
Yeah, I have to agree. I thought the interaction between staff and council is really good. And I appreciate your guidance and your team's guidance on this. It's great.
Welcome. Yeah, absolutely. Herman?
Same, I feel this was extremely in-depth. I feel these were amazing to know how each and one of us are in comparison to one another. I'm really curious to see how that changes as the years go on.
Okay.
We're always adaptive, so obviously those are going to change as well.
All right. Scott?
I thought the dialogue was great. Coming from the private sector, a CPA firm, it's very difficult to get partners to be open and honest with their plans because usually it's very secretive. And as a manager, it was very difficult to give our true opinion because usually it was majority rules with top three. So I hope everybody stays open-minded and, continue to communicate with each other because that's usually what makes the deal go smoother.
Sounds good. I like it. All right, Jim, how you doing?
I appreciate the opportunity. What I liked the most was having some FaceTime with the new city staff. I've had a chance to chat with Scott a little bit. Marissa, she's been outstanding as our group leader as well. So, it was good to get some FaceTime with the new staff people and stuff like that. It was pretty cool.
Good. Love that. Marissa?
I was gonna say the exact same thing, just being able to connect and communicate with people that I don't normally do that with was really valuable. Just sitting next to Daniel, we had like a million conversations, but I just generally feel more connected as a part of this team, and it just feels really nice.
Good. Daniel?
I like it, really refreshing. The thing I really like the most is that ability to have some dialogue back and forth, which it seems like in city council, everything's just, do you agree or you don't, but sometimes just like to just talk it out.
Good.
Yeah, just first and foremost, thank you to Mayor and Council for having us be part of this. I think it's really helpful not to just hear the goals or read the end result, but actually to be part of the process. It's been really beneficial. Thank you to you and your team. You guys are amazing. And I think that this has been really very interesting, and it's just from a community building standpoint, it's great to see everybody working together and finding reasons to engage and laugh, and I think that will carry through. So I'm excited for the future.
Good. Tracy?
I missed the question, I was in the.
Oh, how are you feeling from the day? How do you feel about today?
It was a much more robust conversation having staff with us, so I think it was good.
Good. Well, I apologize. I usually try to run a really tight ship, but I hated to cut off your earlier conversation when we were doing the core strengths work because you guys had a lot of questions and I wanted to do it justice and give you responses. And so, sorry we didn't get through everything, but I will tell you, I told Eileen and her team this before we started. It was an ambitious agenda. So, thank you for sticking with it and getting through this piece. I'll work with your team to get it refined. We'll get it back to you and do the follow-up work that needs to happen to get it over the finish line. So.
And thank you for coming back this year as well.
Yeah, my pleasure.
You already knew what you were getting into and you still came back.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that Maya and your team just getting everything lined up in the organization of all this, and so thank you for doing that. The snacks were great, so, yeah.
Yeah.
And Sarah, you and your team are fantastic.
Thank you. Well, Sasha got you all wrangled for core strengths, and Ashley's been hanging on your every word over there, so, yeah.
It's a good group. and
Teamwork
we
makes the dream
appreciate-
work, right?
Ashley looks like she's gonna need a glass of wine after that.
Well, that SSW team will be probably having margaritas down.
Oh, you go right across the street to Los Dos Agaves.
We have one more retreat tomorrow before we can wrap our weekend, so we'll be careful. All right, well, thank you guys.
It's not a retreat with margaritas.
Yeah,
It's a work session.
That's true. Well, thank you guys for your attention, your engagement, and cheers to the work to come and for a great year ahead. I wish you well with this great partnership that you're solidifying, so it's gonna be awesome. We can't wait to hear the good news coming out of Canby with all this stuff you're accomplishing. Yes, please take your name tents. Those are all your materials, so you can keep those and.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
So you guys
What?
have access
Yeah, we all
to
do.